There is a body of water in the South Pacific that most people have never heard of, and that is, perhaps, the most fitting introduction you could give it. It sits between a chain of islands, roughly 1,600 kilometers northeast of Australia. A narrow, winding corridor of dark blue sea, hemmed in by jungle-covered coastlines and volcanic ridges that press down to the waterline like the walls of a room. The locals call it by different names, depending on which island you come from. American sailors, by the autumn of 1942, would come to call it something else entirely. They called it Iron Bottom Sound, because by the time the campaign was over, more than 50 warships and transport vessels lay rusting on its floor, some in water so shallow that their superstructures still broke the surface at low tide. That name was not assigned by a cartographer or a naval historian. It was invented by the men who had watched those ships go down, sometimes close enough to hear the steel groan. It is the kind of name you earn. Welcome. If you are settling in for a long night, you have found the right place. This documentary is going to take you through one of the most consequential naval campaigns in modern history, not just in terms of the ships and the men, but in terms of what it revealed about how nations fight, how admirals fail, how ordinary sailors improvise under conditions that no training exercise could fully anticipate. The campaign at Guadalcanal lasted approximately 6 months, from early August of 1942 through the 9th of February, 1943. During those 6 months, 7 major surface naval battles were fought in and around those islands, plus nearly continuous air combat and a land campaign that reduced the jungle to something resembling the surface of the moon. I want to be honest with you at the outset. There is real historiographical disagreement about how to count those naval engagements, what to name some of them, and even who won which ones on a tactical level. That ambiguity is part of what makes this campaign so worth studying slowly and carefully. Before we talk about a single ship or a single officer, let us talk about the Pacific Ocean itself. It is not just large. Large does not cover it. The Pacific covers roughly 165 million square kilometers, more than all of the world's landmass combined, by a significant margin. In 1942, fighting a war across it was an exercise in dealing with the impossible. Distances between friendly ports could exceed 3,000 kilometers. A destroyer running at flank speed, roughly 34 to 38 knots, would still take days to cross from one major base to another. Supply lines were not just logistically difficult to maintain, they were existentially fragile. The Army, the Marines, the Navy, the Air Corps, they were all fighting the same enemy and the same ocean simultaneously. The strategic situation in the Pacific in mid-1942 was, to put it plainly, not good from the Allied perspective, though it was not as catastrophic as it had been 6 months earlier. The attack on the American naval base at Pearl Harbor on the 7th of December, 1941, had damaged or sunk 8 battleships and killed more than 2,400 American service personnel in a single morning. In the months that followed, Japan had swept through the Philippines, Malaya, Singapore, the Dutch East Indies, Burma, and Rabaul, expanding its defensive perimeter across an enormous swath of the Pacific and Southeast Asia with a speed that left Allied planners struggling to keep pace with the map changes. By the spring of 1942, Japan controlled territory stretching from Manchuria in the north to the Solomon Islands in the south, a strategic perimeter thousands of kilometers across. It looked, from the outside, more or less impregnable, but the spring of 1942 had introduced 2 cracks into that Japanese perimeter that the high command in Tokyo could not quite agree on how to read. In early May, in the Coral Sea, a Japanese naval force attempting to take Port Moresby in New Guinea was turned back by an American carrier force in the first naval battle in history in which the opposing ships never saw each other. Both sides fought entirely through their aircraft. Neither side won clearly. The Americans lost the carrier USS Lexington and had the USS Yorktown badly damaged. The Japanese lost a light carrier and had a fleet carrier put in for repairs. But the Port Moresby invasion was called off, and that mattered. Then in early June at Midway, a tiny atoll roughly 1,800 kilometers northwest of Honolulu, American codebreakers and naval aviators handed the Imperial Japanese Navy its worst single defeat since the Russo-Japanese War. 4 of Japan's first-line fleet carriers went to the bottom in a single day. The men who flew from those carriers, trained, experienced, irreplaceable, went with them. The initiative in the Pacific had not shifted entirely to the Allies, but it had wobbled. Both sides could feel it. Here is something the history books sometimes compress too quickly. There was no single moment in the summer of 1942 when Allied commanders snapped their fingers and decided to launch an offensive. The decision to land on Guadalcanal was made under pressure, with inadequate intelligence, with forces that were not fully prepared, against a timeline that had been imposed not by strategic ideal, but by strategic necessity. American and Australian intelligence had detected, around the end of June, that Japanese construction crews had begun work on an airfield on the northern coastal plain of Guadalcanal, an island in the lower Solomon chain. That airfield, once operational, would give Japan an air coverage radius that threatened Allied supply lines running between the United States and Australia. Those supply lines were the lifeline of the entire Pacific campaign. Without them, Australia could not be defended. Without Australia, the war in the Pacific looked entirely different. So the airfield on Guadalcanal had to be taken, and it had to be taken before it was finished. The man assigned to plan and execute the operation was Vice Admiral Robert Gormley, commander of the South Pacific area, working under Admiral Chester Nimitz at Pearl Harbor. The landing force would come primarily from the 1st Marine Division, commanded by Major General Alexander Vandergrift, a soft-spoken Virginian who had been expecting to spend the next few months training his division in New Zealand before committing it to combat. Instead, Vandergrift received orders in late June of 1942, orders requiring him to plan, prepare, and execute a major amphibious assault in roughly 5 weeks. The Marines had no detailed maps of Guadalcanal. The intelligence available to them was minimal, mostly pre-war commercial charts and aerial photographs of questionable resolution. Vandergrift, by his own later account, found the whole business alarming. That reaction, it should be noted, was the correct one. The Japanese forces in the Solomon Islands at this point were not primarily army combat troops. The construction crews building the airfield were drawn from the 11th and 13th construction units of the Imperial Japanese Navy, supported by a garrison of several hundred naval troops. The broader Japanese military presence in the region was headquartered at Rabaul on the island of New Britain, roughly 960 kilometers to the northwest. Rabaul had been developed by the Japanese after its capture in January of 1942 into one of the most formidable forward bases in the Pacific, housing multiple airfields, a major harbor, and an enormous logistical establishment. Every significant Japanese naval and air operation in the Solomon Islands region would, for the next year and more, draw on the resources and decisions made at Rabaul. Understanding Rabaul is essential to understanding Guadalcanal, because Rabaul is where every Japanese response to the American landings would be conceived and dispatched. There is one more piece of context that rarely gets the attention it deserves before the story of Guadalcanal begins, and it is a technological one. In 1942, both the United States Navy and the Imperial Japanese Navy possessed and operated radar equipment aboard their warships. The American system, known as the SIXAM or later the SC radar, could detect surface targets and aircraft at useful ranges. though its accuracy and reliability in nighttime combat were still imperfect. Partly technological, partly doctrinal, the Japanese at this stage of the war had no shipboard surface search radar that was operationally deployed in their fleet. What they did have was an extraordinarily refined system of night fighting doctrine and preparation. Japanese sailors trained specifically and rigorously for engagements in darkness. Their binocular work was exceptional. They used their optical rangefinders with skill, and they had developed a long-range oxygen-propelled torpedo, the Type 93, known to post-war historians as the Long Lance, that outranged virtually every torpedo in the Allied arsenal by a significant margin. The Americans had radar. The Japanese had night fighting skill and superior torpedoes. Understanding which advantage mattered more, and when, is one of the recurring technical questions that the engagements around Guadalcanal keep posing. The answers are not simple. If you are still with me, and I hope you are, because the story is about to begin in earnest, then take a breath, get comfortable, pour whatever it is you drink when the night is long and the world outside has gone quiet. Over the next few hours, we are going to walk through 6 months of naval warfare in some of the most remote water on Earth. Water where the names of ships and the positions of squadrons and the decisions of admirals shaped the outcome of the Second World War. This is the campaign that turned the tide, and it started, as so many significant things do, with somebody making a decision that made absolutely everyone around them deeply nervous. If you want the complete naval story of Guadalcanal, every battle, every miscalculation, every improbable victory, stay with this documentary. Subscribe if you haven't already, and let's begin. Chapter 2. Operation Watchtower. The Marines arrive. The 7th of August, 1942, began before dawn with the sound of naval gunfire rolling across the dark water toward the jungle-covered shore of Guadalcanal. It was a sound that most of the Japanese construction workers on the island had never heard directed at them. It was also a sound that accompanied the largest American amphibious operation mounted to that point in the Second World War. Larger than anything attempted in the Atlantic, larger than anything that had happened in the Pacific, and executed under conditions of such haste and improvisation that the officers planning it had quietly nicknamed it Operation Shoestring before the official designation of Operation Watchtower was attached. Both names circulated. The informal one was arguably more accurate. The invasion fleet that assembled off the coast of Guadalcanal in those pre-dawn hours of the 7th of August was substantial by the standards of mid-1942. It included 3 aircraft carriers, the USS Saratoga, the USS Enterprise, and the USS Wasp, screened by battleships, cruisers, and destroyers under Vice Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher. The amphibious force itself, carrying Vandergrift's Marines, was screened by a separate group of cruisers and destroyers under Rear Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner, an aggressive, demanding officer who had few close friends in the Navy, but was generally acknowledged as one of its most capable amphibious commanders. Total force ran to more than 80 ships of various types. The logistical planning behind that assembly had been compressed into a period of weeks rather than months, and it showed. Most of the transport ships had not been combat loaded, meaning supplies were not organized for immediate combat use, but were packed in the conventional commercial shipping sequence. If the landing met serious opposition, getting the right equipment off the right ship in the right order would become a significant problem. The landings themselves on Guadalcanal were, at the tactical level, very nearly unopposed. The Japanese construction workers and their naval guards, surprised by the appearance of an invasion fleet with no advance warning, largely withdrew into the jungle rather than contest the beaches. The Marines of the 1st Division came ashore on Guadalcanal's northern coast and found abandoned Japanese equipment, partially cooked food, still on cooking fires, and the airstrip, about 800 meters long and already graded, but not yet finished. They named it Henderson Field, in honor of Major Lofton Henderson, a Marine aviator who had been among the first killed at the Battle of Midway. The gesture was not ceremonial. Henderson Field was the entire reason they were there. It was what the war, in this corner of the Pacific, was fundamentally about for the next 6 months. The simultaneous landings on Tulagi and the small islands of Gavutu and Tanambogo, roughly 32 kilometers north of Guadalcanal across a strait of open water, went very differently. The Japanese naval garrison on Tulagi, several hundred men of the 3rd Curie Special Naval Landing Force, had no intention of withdrawing and very little interest in surrender. The fighting on Tulagi ran for 2 days, building by building, bunker by bunker, with the Marines suffering losses that gave them an early and sharp appreciation for how the Japanese military intended to wage this war. The Gavutu-Tanambogo fight was comparably brutal on a smaller scale. When it was over, the Japanese garrison had been essentially destroyed. The American casualties were painful for 2 small islands. But what was taken was worth holding. Tulagi Harbor was deep enough and sheltered enough to serve as a forward naval anchorage. The air attacks began on the afternoon of the 7th of August. Japanese aircraft based at Rabaul, roughly a 960-kilometer flight from Guadalcanal, appeared over the invasion fleet in waves. Torpedo bombers and dive bombers flying from the Guadalcanal airfield complex and other fields around Rabaul under the overall command of Vice Admiral Sadayoshi Yamada. The distances involved were punishing even for the attacking aircraft. A Mitsubishi G4M bomber, called the Betty in Allied identification systems, flying a 960-kilometer round trip to attack a target and then return to base was already near the edge of its fuel margin. Attacking at the end of that journey meant flying through American combat air patrol fighters that were themselves operating near the limit of their range from the carrier decks. The first day of air attacks hit hard enough. The transport USS George F. Elliott was set on fire by a crashing bomber and would burn for 2 days before sinking, and the destroyer USS Jarvis was badly damaged, but the invasion fleet held. Here is where the situation becomes more complex, and where a purely tactical narrative starts to obscure the strategic reality. Admiral Fletcher, commanding the carrier force that provided the essential air cover for the whole operation, had from the beginning expressed serious reservations about the campaign. He believed his carriers were being risked in waters where Japanese land-based air could contest them on relatively equal terms, with the carriers having no ability to maneuver away from the fight without abandoning the invasion fleet they were supposed to protect. On the evening of the 8th of August, less than 36 hours after the landings, Fletcher sent a message to his superiors requesting permission to withdraw the carrier force from the area, citing fuel states and aircraft losses. That request, and the decision that followed it, would set the conditions for the catastrophe that occurred the following night. The carriers withdrew. The transport still had roughly half their cargo aboard. Richmond Kelly Turner was furious. The phrasing in his later accounts of that conversation is diplomatic by naval standards, which tells you something about how undiplomatic he was at the time. His transports were still disgorging supplies onto the beach at Guadalcanal, working against the clock, because every hour they stayed in those waters was an hour closer to the next Japanese air attack. With the carriers gone, Turner's cruiser and destroyer screen was the only real protection the transport fleet had, and Turner knew as well as anyone that a cruiser screen is not a substitute for carrier-based air cover. He made the decision that he had to make. The transports would complete unloading for 1 more day, and then the fleet would withdraw regardless of how much cargo was still aboard. The Marines on the beach would have to make do with what had been put ashore. What had been put ashore was less than half of what had been planned. The Marines at Henderson Field were working with approximately 37 days of food, at half rations. Ammunition was adequate but not generous. The heavy construction equipment needed to finish. The airstrip was still aboard ships that were preparing to leave. Barbed wire was short. Medical supplies were short. Artillery ammunition was short. General Vandergrift, walking the perimeter of his new position on that second day, was presiding over a force that had made an extraordinary landing and taken an extraordinary objective, and was now acutely aware that holding it was going to require something close to a miracle. He later described his situation as not one that any commander would select. That is the kind of understatement that men who have stared very hard at very bad maps tend to produce. Meanwhile, on the night of the 8th of August into the early hours of the 9th, something was happening in the waters to the northwest of Guadalcanal that no one in the Allied command structure was fully tracking. A Japanese naval force had assembled at Rabaul and put to sea on the 7th of August, the same day as the American landings. It was a force of heavy and light cruisers under Vice Admiral Gunichi Mikawa, built around his flagship, the heavy cruiser Chokai. Mikawa had studied the Allied deployment from aerial reconnaissance and from submarine reports, and had identified an opportunity that was, in retrospect, extraordinary in its clarity. The Allied transport fleet was sitting in Iron Bottom Sound, protected by a cruiser screen that was divided into two separate groups. One patrolling the waters south of Savo Island between Guadalcanal and the island of Florida, the other patrolling the waters north and west of Savo. There was a gap between those two groups, a gap large enough for a Japanese cruiser force to pass through. Mikawa's force slipped south through the island chain on the 8th of August, largely undetected. Two Allied submarines cited what were reported as Japanese ships moving south, but the reports were delayed in transmission and imprecisely categorized. Allied aircraft flying reconnaissance patrols over the slot, the name given to the narrow passage between the two main island chains, did observe Mikawa's ships, but reported them as seaplane tenders rather than combat cruisers. The report was filed and not acted upon with any urgency. In the years after the war, historians would argue at considerable length about where exactly the failure lay: in the intelligence pipeline, in the watch officer who received the report, in the command culture that discouraged urgent action on ambiguous information. All of those arguments have merit. What is not ambiguous is the result. Chapter 3. Savo Island. The night the ocean turned. There are nights in history that military analysts return to again and again, not because of the grandeur of what happened, but because of the precision of the failure. The night of the 8th to the 9th of August, 1942, in the waters around Savo Island, is one of those nights. By the time First Light arrived on the 9th, one Australian heavy cruiser and 3 American heavy cruisers had been sunk, and a 4th American cruiser and 2 destroyers had been severely damaged, all in an engagement that lasted less than 40 minutes against a Japanese force that had approached without detection. The United States Navy would later describe it in official documents as the worst defeat suffered in a fair fight in the service's history. Fair is doing some heavy lifting in that sentence, but the point holds. The Americans had more ships. The Americans had radar. The Americans had warning time, however degraded, and they were comprehensively destroyed. The Allied screening disposition on the night of the 8th of August was divided into 3 groups. The southern group, guarding the passage between Savo Island and the northern coast of Guadalcanal, consisted of the Australian heavy cruiser Hamas Canberra, the American heavy cruiser USS Chicago, and 2 destroyers, USS Patterson and USS Blue. The northern group, guarding the passage between Savo Island and the island of Florida, consisted of 3 American heavy cruisers, USS Vincennes, USS Astoria, and USS Quincy, with 2 destroyers as escorts. A third, smaller patrol of destroyers was positioned east of Savo Island, further out toward the transport anchorage. These groups were operating in accordance with a watch schedule that anticipated no imminent surface threat, largely because the report about Japanese warships moving south through the slot had not been disseminated with appropriate urgency. Some crew members aboard the screening vessels were, by that hour, not at full combat alert. Some had been on watch for extended periods. Some were simply and understandably tired. Mikawa's force arrived at the entrance to the passage west of Savo Island shortly after 1 in the morning. He had his cruisers in a loose column, moving at high speed, guided by visual observation. Japanese lookouts with large binoculars trained on the dark water had, in this era and in these conditions, a capacity for night detection that consistently surprised American commanders. The two Allied picket destroyers, positioned to give warning of exactly this kind of approach, USS Blue and USS Ralph Talbot, were moving away from Mikawa's course at the critical moment. Blue was at the far end of her patrol leg. Ralph Talbot was illuminated for a moment by a Japanese aircraft dropping a flare, but was not immediately attacked. Mikawa's column passed through the gap. The southern group was hit first. Japanese aircraft dropped flares over the area south of Savo Island, and the bright light threw Canberra and Chicago into sharp silhouette against the dark water. The Japanese opened fire with everything, guns and torpedoes, at extremely close range. HOMAS Canberra was struck by 2 torpedoes and more than 20 salvos of 8-inch shell fire within the first 2 minutes of the engagement. Her power was cut almost immediately. She could not maneuver, could not return effective fire, and was in a sinking condition before her crew had fully processed the fact that a battle had started. Her captain, Getting, was mortally wounded. USS Chicago was hit by a torpedo that blew off part of her bow, and though she remained afloat and technically mobile, her commanding officer chose to move away from the action rather than pursue the Japanese force, a decision that would be the subject of considerable controversy in the weeks that followed. The northern group was attacked next, and the result was, if anything, more complete. USS Vincennes, USS Quincy, and USS Astoria were caught by Mikawa's force at close range, illuminated by Japanese searchlights and their own burning ships. The Quincy, attempting to return fire against an overwhelmingly superior opponent, managed to land a few shells on the Japanese cruiser, Chokai, before she was torn apart by concentrated fire. The Astoria got off a broadside before she was hit. The Vincennes turned into the attack and received a volume of fire that was described by survivors as almost continuous. All 3 American cruisers were mortally wounded within minutes. The Astoria sank later that morning. The Quincy and Vincennes sank in the darkness before dawn. The entire engagement, from Mikawa's first shot to his withdrawal order, lasted approximately 40 minutes. And now we arrive at the part of the story that historians argue about most. Mikawa, having destroyed the Allied cruiser screen, halted his attack and ordered a withdrawal without moving against the transport ships, the ultimate target that the whole Allied operation depended on. Some of his officers argued for pressing on. The transports were there, laden with supplies, lightly defended, now that the cruiser screen was gone. Sinking those transports would have devastated the Marine landing force on Guadalcanal in a way from which recovery would have been nearly impossible. Mikawa declined. His reasoning, as reconstructed from Japanese records and post-war interviews, was that dawn was approaching. The carriers were presumably still somewhere in the area, and the risk of being caught by American carrier aircraft at daylight was not one he was prepared to accept. He made a professional decision based on available information. The carriers, of course, had already withdrawn. That decision, Mikawa turning north without attacking the transports, has been called the single greatest missed opportunity in Japanese naval operations during the entire Pacific War. by more than one serious historian. The debate over whether it was the correct tactical call or a fatal error in strategic judgment is one of those questions that the Guadalcanal campaign keeps throwing up. The material reality is this. The Japanese had destroyed 4 Allied cruisers in less than an hour, had demonstrated that their night fighting capability was genuine and formidable, and had then walked away from a strategic payoff that might have ended the Guadalcanal campaign before it properly started. What those historians less often emphasize is that Mikawa did not know the carriers had left. He was making a decision with the information he had, in real time, in the dark. The reckoning that followed Savo Island was uncomfortable at every level. The wreckage of 4 cruisers sat on the floor of Iron Bottom Sound. The name was already beginning to circulate, though grimly and without fanfare. Miss Canberra could not be salvaged. The order was given to scuttle her, and the destroyer USS Elliot eventually fired the torpedo that sent her to the bottom, a painful thing for the Australian sailors watching from other ships. Rear Admiral Victor Crutchley, the Australian officer in overall command of the cruiser screen, had not been present at the battle. He had left the screening formation for a conference with Turner aboard the flagship and had not returned in time. His absence from command at the moment of crisis would be formally examined, and ultimately, at least in the official verdict, excused on the grounds that his departure had been in response to a legitimate command requirement. Not everyone was satisfied with that finding. Back at Guadalcanal, General Vandegrift received the news of the Savo disaster on the morning of the 9th of August in the way that field commanders receive bad news. By incorporating it into a revised assessment of his situation and deciding what to do next, Turner, holding to his decision, completed what unloading he could on the 9th, and then withdrew the transport fleet that evening. The Marines were ashore. The transports were leaving. The Navy had just suffered its worst defeat in recent memory, and Henderson Field, a rough dirt strip in a jungle clearing, was the only asset that mattered. The focus of the entire campaign would now shift there. The battle for Guadalcanal, the real battle, was about to begin. There is one technical footnote to Savo Island that takes on greater significance as the campaign continues. The American radar systems aboard the screening vessels had, in principle, the capability to detect Mikawa's approaching force at a range sufficient to allow time to prepare and respond. Post-war analysis of the battle has found evidence that at least some radar contacts were obtained, but were not acted upon, either because operators were not trained to interpret the returns accurately, or because the command culture of the watch did not incentivize junior personnel to force urgent action on the basis of an ambiguous radar picture. The United States Navy did not simply need better technology. It needed to build a culture in which the technology was genuinely integrated into how decisions were made in real time. That lesson would take more than one battle to learn. Chapter 4: Henderson Field and the Tokyo Express. If you want to understand the naval war around Guadalcanal, you have to understand Henderson Field, not just as a strip of compacted coral and dirt, but as the single fixed point around which all of the campaign's strategic logic revolved. From the moment the Marines completed the airstrip on the 20th of August, 1942, using captured Japanese construction equipment, because much of their own had not made it off the transports in time, Henderson Field became the reason both sides did everything they subsequently did. The Japanese needed to destroy it or take it back. The Americans needed to hold it, supply it, and fly from it. Every naval battle in Iron Bottom Sound for the next 4 months was, in some operational sense, a battle over whether the aircraft at Henderson Field would be able to fly the following morning. The aircraft that arrived at Henderson Field in those first weeks were a mixed force of Marine fighters and dive bombers, principally the Grumman F-4F Wildcat and the Douglas SBD Dauntless. flying under conditions that their designers had not specifically anticipated. The field was dusty, and then muddy, depending on the weather. The maintenance facilities were improvised, the fuel supply was irregular, and the pilots were operating under a rotation system that had been designed for peacetime carrier operations and had to be adapted in real time for the demands of a sustained combat air campaign from a fixed position. The collective name given to this force was the Cactus Air Force, Cactus being the radio call sign assigned to Guadalcanal in the Allied code system. Historiographically, the Cactus Air Force has attracted enormous retrospective admiration, some of which was thoroughly earned. What tends to get less attention is how frequently it was on the edge of being destroyed or rendered ineffective, and how the decisions made aboard Japanese ships during the nights of August, September, and October determined how intact it would be each morning. The Japanese response to the American seizure of Henderson Field was calibrated to one primary objective: destroy the aircraft and the infrastructure by bombardment, land enough troops to support a ground assault that would retake the airfield, and do both while avoiding exposure to American air power during daylight. The solution was night operations by surface ships, specifically destroyers and cruisers running south through the slot after dark, conducting bombardment or troop delivery, and withdrawing north before dawn put them within range of Henderson Field's aircraft. The Americans called these runs the Tokyo Express. The Japanese had a less dramatic name, rat transportation, which suggests that their own assessment of the dignity of the operation was modest. Vice Admiral Raizo Tanaka, who commanded the destroyer forces executing most of these runs, was by most accounts not a man given to dramatic language, but his post-war writings make clear that he found the whole business as tactically difficult as it was operationally essential. The first major Japanese bombardment of Henderson Field from the sea came on the night of the 13th to 14th of August, 1942, when Japanese destroyers shelled the airfield, damaging several aircraft, but failing to put the strip out of commission. This was followed by increasingly ambitious bombardments through the rest of August and into September. The most destructive came on the night of the 13th to 14th of October, when the Japanese battleships Haruna and Kongo, each displacing more than 32,000 tons and carrying a main battery of 14-inch guns, stood off Henderson Field and fired approximately 900 14-inch shells into the airfield complex over the course of roughly 80 minutes. The effect was devastating. Fuel dumps were destroyed. 41 of the roughly 90 aircraft at Henderson Field were destroyed outright or rendered unflyable. Repair facilities were wrecked. The Marines on the perimeter, lying flat in their foxholes while the earth shook around them, later described it as unlike anything they had experienced or imagined. That bombardment on the night of the 13th and 14th of October was not random. It was timed to coincide with a Japanese plan to land a substantial force of army troops. Elements of the 17th Army, under Lieutenant General Harukichi Hayakutake, and to coordinate a ground assault on Henderson Field that would coincide with the period of maximum disruption to the Cactus Air Force. The troop convoy that landed that night and the following night brought substantial reinforcements to the Japanese garrison on Guadalcanal. The ground situation, which had already been dangerous enough, became genuinely critical. For a period of several days in mid-October of 1942, the question of whether Henderson Field could be held was not rhetorical. The answer was not obvious. General Vandergrift sent a message to his superiors during this period that was later declassified and has been quoted by historians in different forms depending on the source. The essential content was that his command was in serious danger and required immediate naval and air support. The naval response to Guadalcanal's supply problem during this period was itself marked by difficulty and improvisation. American submarines were used to run essential cargo, aviation fuel, ammunition, spare parts, to the island when surface ship operations were too dangerous. This was not a satisfactory solution at scale. The supply limitations experienced by the American garrison at Guadalcanal during September and October of 1942 created conditions of genuine privation. Malaria, dengue fever, and fungal infections spread through the Marine and Army units on the island at rates that significantly reduced combat effectiveness. By October, a substantial percentage of the garrison was suffering from one or more tropical diseases. The operational strength of the ground forces was notably lower than their paper strength. A historian examining the daily strength returns for those weeks would find numbers that reflect not just combat casualties, but the systematic attrition of men in a jungle environment without adequate medical supplies. The Tokyo Express ran continuously through this period, September, October, November, and its effectiveness as a logistics operation was a direct product of Japanese destroyer seamanship. Tanaka's destroyers would leave their staging base at Shortland Island, roughly 560 kilometers to the northwest of Guadalcanal, after dark, push south through the slot at high speed, typically 25 to 30 knots, deliver men, ammunition, food, and other supplies by dropping pre-loaded barrels into shallow water off the beach for shore parties to recover, and turn north again before dawn made them vulnerable. The whole round trip could be done in a single night if conditions allowed. This was precision navigation and ship handling under combat conditions, and credit where it is due. Tanaka and his destroyer commanders were very good at it. The American response to the Tokyo Express was initially ineffective, for reasons that had as much to do with doctrine and command culture as with raw capability. American destroyers in this period were not organized or trained to fight independently in night surface engagements the way the Japanese were. They were accustomed to operating as screens for larger ships rather than as offensive units in their own right. When American PT boats, small fast torpedo boats operating from Tulagi, attempted to intercept Tokyo Express runs, they were occasionally effective, but more often were brushed aside by the Japanese destroyer escorts. The damage they inflicted was real, but not decisive. A more systematic solution would require better tactics, better training, and, as the Americans were beginning to discover, a much more sophisticated integration of radar into surface combat doctrine. Henderson Field during the months of September and October of 1942 was resupplied primarily by a combination of air delivery and the occasional surface ship run by fast destroyers, operating under conditions of serious risk. The critical bottleneck was aviation fuel. Without fuel, the Cactus Air Force could not fly. Without the Cactus Air Force in the air, the Tokyo Express could operate in daylight if it chose to, and could land troops and supplies without the standing threat of air attack that kept the Japanese runs confined to hours of darkness. The fuel situation fluctuated between barely adequate and genuinely dangerous throughout October. There were days when the aircraft at Henderson were operating on fuel drawn from drums that had been salvaged from damaged storage, or from submarine deliveries, or in one documented instance, from fuel drained from wrecked aircraft. The history of Henderson Field's fuel supply during October of 1942 is one of the more understated logistical stories of the entire Pacific War. Beneath all of this operational detail runs a strategic current that is worth naming clearly. Both sides were trapped in a version of the same problem. Japan could not sustain a major surface naval force in the waters around Guadalcanal during daylight, as long as Henderson Field was operational and the Cactus Air Force was flying, because land-based dive bombers and torpedo bombers posed an unacceptable risk to large ships moving slowly in confined waters. The United States could not sustain its position on Guadalcanal if the Tokyo Express ran continuously, because the nightly troop and supply deliveries were tilting the balance on the ground toward Japan. The only way to break this equilibrium was to fight a decisive surface naval engagement. At night, when Henderson Field's aircraft were grounded, when the Japanese had their greatest tactical advantage, and when the stakes would be as high as anything either fleet had ever wagered. That engagement was coming. It was coming in multiple installments, and before the largest and most decisive of them, the war would pass through two more naval battles that each, in their own way, changed the conditions for what came after. Chapter 5. The Battle of Cape Esperance. America finds its feet. On the night of the 11th to 12th of October 1942, the United States Navy did something it had not managed to do since the campaign began. It intercepted a Japanese surface force in the dark and hit it first. The Battle of Cape Esperance, named for the northwestern tip of Guadalcanal, the point of land nearest to where the fighting took place, was the third major surface engagement of the Guadalcanal campaign, and the first one in which the American side emerged from the night with something that looked, at least superficially, like a tactical victory. Superficially is the key word, and the distinction is worth examining, because Cape Esperance is a battle that tends to be remembered slightly better than it should be, and the reasons for that retrospective generosity tell you something about how badly the Navy needed a positive result by early October. The American force at Cape Esperance was Task Force 60FAR, built around 4 cruisers: USS San Francisco, USS Salt Lake City, USS Boise, and USS Helena, and 5 destroyers under the command of Rear Admiral Norman Scott. Scott was a man who had spent the weeks before the battle doing something that was, in the context of the early Guadalcanal campaign, relatively unusual. He had thought carefully about the tactical problems that the earlier engagements had revealed, and had conducted practice drills specifically designed to improve his squadron's readiness for a night surface engagement. He had developed a plan for crossing the Japanese formation's T, a classic naval maneuver in which one force positions itself to fire its full broadside against an enemy column that can only bring its forward guns to bear. The plan was sound. Its execution would be imperfect in ways that are both understandable and instructive. The Japanese force that night was in 2 separate parts, a characteristic of multiple Guadalcanal operations that created coordination problems for Japanese commanders and identification problems for American ones. The first part was a resupply convoy, 2 seaplane tenders and 6 destroyers under Rear Admiral Takatsugu Jojima, tasked with delivering troops and supplies to Guadalcanal. The second part was a fighting force of 3 heavy cruisers, Aoba, Furutaka, and Kinugasa, and 2 destroyers under Rear Admiral Aritomo Goto, tasked with covering the resupply convoy by bombarding Henderson Field and engaging any American surface forces encountered. Goto's ships were approaching from the northwest, moving toward the passage between Savo Island and Cape Esperance, unaware that Scott's cruisers were in the dark ahead of them. Scott had positioned his force to intercept, and his radar operators aboard USS Helena obtained contacts on Goto's approaching ships at a range of approximately 27,000 meters, about 15 miles. This was, on paper, exactly what radar was supposed to deliver: advance warning of an approaching force at a range sufficient to allow tactical preparation and maneuver. What happened next is a case study in the gap between technological capability and operational integration. Scott was in the process of executing a turn that placed his column in a position to cross the Japanese formation's T when the radar contact reports arrived. The timing of the turn created a moment of uncertainty about the positions of his own leading destroyers. He ordered his ships to hold fire for several minutes, while he attempted to clarify the positions of friendly forces. Those minutes were tactically significant. When Scott finally ordered the line to open fire, the result was immediate and violent. The Japanese cruiser Aoba, Goto's flagship, was caught in a hail of fire from multiple American cruisers simultaneously. Goto, on his bridge, was mortally wounded in the first minutes of the engagement. He was, by several accounts, genuinely confused about what was happening. He reportedly believed at first that his own ships were firing on each other by mistake, a reasonable assumption given the sudden and unexpected nature of the attack from a direction he had not anticipated. He died of his wounds shortly after the engagement. The cruiser Furutaka was struck repeatedly and would sink before morning. The destroyer Fubuki went down quickly. The remaining Japanese ships turned and withdrew. There is a darker side to the American story at Cape Esperance, and it is worth stating plainly rather than burying in subordinate clauses. The confusion over friendly ship positions that had caused Scott to delay his opening fire order had not been fully resolved when the shooting started. USS Duncan, one of Scott's destroyers, had moved ahead of the line to attack the Japanese independently, and found herself caught between the two opposing forces. At the moment the engagement began, she was hit by fire from both sides, Japanese guns and American guns striking the same ship in the same minutes. Duncan sank. The number of her crew members killed by American fire is not easily separated from the Japanese toll in the available records, which is one of those details that post-war narratives tend to handle carefully. Friendly fire in naval combat at night is not a peripheral footnote. It is an intrinsic risk of the operating environment. On the Japanese side, the supply convoy under Jojima had completed its unloading at Guadalcanal and was withdrawing when the battle began. It passed through the area without being identified or engaged by Scott's force. The night and the confusion of the gun battle had obscured its presence. The troops and supplies it had delivered were now on the beach. Two of Jojima's destroyers, turning back to assist Goto's damaged ships, were caught by American aircraft from Henderson Field at dawn and sunk. But the strategic transaction of the night, Japanese troops and supplies successfully landed, Goto's covering force defeated, was at best a wash for Japan, and perhaps slightly favorable to the Allies at the tactical level. The airfield was not bombarded. That mattered. Scott's victory at Cape Esperance was genuine in the sense that the Americans had managed a successful surface engagement, had demonstrated that radar-equipped cruisers could intercept a Japanese force in the dark, and had sunk two ships that the Japanese could not easily replace. But the battle also revealed how far American night fighting doctrine still had to travel. The delay in opening fire, the Duncan incident, the failure to identify and engage the supply convoy. All of these spoke to a command system that was still working through the fundamentals of integrating new technology into combat decisions made at speed in the dark. American naval officers reading the battle reports in the weeks that followed identified both the success and the deficiencies. The deficiencies would have consequences. For the Marines on Guadalcanal, Cape Esperance was welcome news, arriving during one of the more dangerous weeks of the ground campaign. The Japanese artillery bombardment that had devastated Henderson Field on the night of the 13th to 14th of October came 2 nights after Cape Esperance, and the message it sent was unambiguous. One tactical success, however real, did not constitute naval superiority. The Japanese were still running their destroyers and cruisers down the slot. They were still landing troops. They were still bombarding the airfield when the opportunity arose. The equilibrium of the campaign had not been broken. It had simply, briefly, been tilted at a slightly less unfavorable angle for the Americans than the angle of the previous 2 months. There is a technical observation in the records from Cape Esperance that several post-war analysts have noted, but that does not always make it into popular accounts of the battle. USS Helena, whose radar had obtained the first contact on Goto's force, and whose operators had reported it accurately and in a timely manner, fired a total of approximately 700 rounds during the engagement, a high volume of fire for a cruiser in a short action, and contributed significantly to the destruction of the Japanese cruiser force. The radar system aboard Helena was the SG model, which was more capable than the earlier SEXAM, and its operators were trained to use it effectively. This was not accidental. The ship had worked at integrating the technology. The distinction between ships that used their radar and ships that merely had their radar fitted was beginning to make itself felt in combat results, and would continue to do so as the campaign moved into its final and most dramatic phase. Chapter 6: The Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands, the Price of Tactical Victory. By the last week of October 1942, the strategic situation at Guadalcanal had reached a point of genuine crisis that both sides recognized, and that both sides were attempting to resolve through escalating commitment. The Japanese Army and Navy had coordinated a plan for a major ground assault on Henderson Field, timed to coincide with an advance of the combined fleet into waters close enough to support the operation and exploit any success ashore. The American side, under the new command of Vice Admiral William Halsey, who had replaced Robert Gormley as Commander South Pacific on the 18th of October in one of the most significant command changes of the Pacific War, was attempting to hold Henderson Field against the ground assault and to concentrate enough carrier air power in the area to contest the Japanese fleet's advance. The Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands, fought on the 26th of October, 1942, was the fourth carrier battle of the Pacific War and one of the most tactically complicated and strategically ambiguous engagements of the entire conflict. Halsey's arrival in command deserves a moment's attention, because the contrast with Gormley was immediately and palpably felt at every level of the South Pacific Command. Gormley had been an intelligent, careful officer whose personality, under the extraordinary stress of the Guadalcanal campaign, had become increasingly pessimistic and withdrawn. His communications to Nimitz during September and October had projected a tone of impending defeat that alarmed the Pacific Fleet commander. Halsey was different in nearly every observable respect. His manner was aggressive and direct. His language was blunt to the point of occasional coarseness, and his effect on the morale of the command was, by almost all accounts, electric. He arrived at Noumea, read his way through the campaign files in a matter of days, and announced that the situation at Guadalcanal was going to be turned around. Whether he believed that entirely was his own business. The effect of the statement on the people who heard it was what mattered in those days. The American carrier force engaged at Santa Cruz consisted of USS Enterprise and USS Hornet, screened by the new battleship USS South Dakota and associated cruisers and destroyers. The Japanese force was built around 4 carriers, Shokaku, Zuikaku, Junyo, and Zuiho, and was under the overall command of Vice Admiral Chuichi Nagumo, who had led the carrier force at Pearl Harbor and at Midway. Nagumo was operating under pressure from the combined fleet commander, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, who wanted a decisive engagement that would neutralize American carrier power and open the way for the ground assault to succeed. The stage was set for a battle in which both sides launched massive airstrikes against each other's carriers, with the strikes from the 2 opposing fleets passing each other in the air on their way to opposite targets. The morning of the 26th of October opened with American search aircraft locating the Japanese carrier force and Japanese search aircraft locating the American force at approximately the same time, or near enough to the same time that the sequence remains subject to interpretation depending on which records you use. American strike aircraft launched from Enterprise and Hornet, and flew northwest toward the Japanese carriers. Japanese strike aircraft from all 4 Japanese carriers flew southeast toward the American force. The result was a series of interlocking strikes and counterstrikes whose complexity in the historical record reflects the genuine complexity of what happened in the air above the Solomon Sea on that October morning. This is one of the harder actions to narrate cleanly, and any account that makes it sound simple is probably omitting something important. The USS Hornet was the first American ship to receive concentrated Japanese attack. Multiple waves of aircraft hit her, torpedo bombers and dive bombers arriving in succession. The first wave starting fires, the second exploiting the confusion of the damage control parties, and so on, across approximately 2 hours of attacks. Hornet was struck by several torpedoes and multiple bomb hits, and by at least 2 aircraft in deliberate ramming attacks by Japanese pilots whose planes had been damaged. She lost power and was dead in the water by mid-morning. Her crew worked through the rest of the day, trying to save her. Efforts were made to take her under tow. None of them succeeded in restoring her to useful condition. And as the day wore on and the Japanese surface forces drew closer, the decision was made to scuttle her. She finally sank in the early hours of the 27th of October, going down after being struck by Japanese torpedoes following the American scuttling efforts. USS Porter, a destroyer, was also lost during the battle. The Japanese carriers had not escaped the day unscathed. USS Enterprise's dive bombers and a torpedo attack from Hornet's aircraft, delivered in the first hours of the battle, struck the fleet carrier Shokoku with multiple bomb hits, damaging her flight deck severely enough to put her out of the battle. The light carrier Zuiho was also hit and damaged. The heavy cruiser Chikuma was struck and damaged. Japanese aircraft losses were heavy, significantly heavier, in absolute terms of aircraft destroyed, than the American losses. The number of experienced Japanese air crews who did not return from the battle was an accumulation that the combined fleet's carrier air groups, already depleted from Coral Sea and Midway, could not easily absorb. The planes could be replaced. The pilots, at the level of experience then being lost, could not be replaced at the same speed. The tactical result of Santa Cruz was an unambiguous Japanese victory by the metrics that navies normally applied. An enemy carrier sunk, an enemy carrier damaged and withdrawn, no equivalent Japanese losses in fleet carriers. But the verdict of any single battle is not always equivalent to its strategic meaning. The Japanese carrier aircraft losses at Santa Cruz, which some estimates place at around 100 or more aircraft, with perhaps double that number of aircrew killed or missing, accelerated a process of attrition in Japanese naval aviation that was already undermining the offensive power of the carrier fleet. You can sink your opponent's carrier and still lose the air campaign if the cost of the victory is that your best pilots are in the water south of the Santa Cruz Islands. American replacement pilots were being produced and trained in numbers that Japanese production could not match. That asymmetry was already visible in October of 1942 to anyone examining the training records on both sides with care. Henderson Field survived the ground assault that accompanied Santa Cruz. The Japanese Army's attack on the perimeter, delivered by Colonel Masao Maruyama's force after a grueling approach march through jungle terrain that had consumed much of their food and strength before the first shot was fired, was repulsed with heavy losses at the southern perimeter of the Henderson Field defenses, in an engagement that the ground campaign historians call the Battle of Henderson Field or the Second Battle of the Matanikau, depending on their sources and their counting conventions. The point is that after Santa Cruz, the airfield was still there, the Cactus Air Force was still flying, and the Japanese army had spent forces it did not easily have to replace. The Japanese carrier force had won the sea battle and lost the campaign objective. That is a combination that is uncomfortable to explain, in the language of victory and defeat. For the American side, the loss of Hornet reduced the operational carrier strength in the South Pacific to a single vessel, USS Enterprise, the Big E, damaged but still fighting. There were no other American fleet carriers currently available in the Pacific. This was a moment of genuine strategic vulnerability for the United States Navy, and the officers who understood the full picture, Halsey, Nimitz, King, were not under any illusions about it. If Enterprise was sunk or put out of action in the next engagement, American naval air power in the South Pacific would be reduced to land-based aircraft for a period of months. The next battle for Guadalcanal could not be won or lost by carriers alone. It was going to come down to surface ships, to cruisers and destroyers and battleships, fighting at close range in the dark in Iron Bottom Sound. And that battle was now approximately 2 weeks away. There is a historiographical debate worth naming here that tends to get buried in operational detail. Some analysts have argued that Santa Cruz represented the last realistic Japanese opportunity to reverse the Guadalcanal campaign. That if the ground assault had succeeded in taking Henderson Field on the same night that Hornet was sinking, the combination of a grounded Cactus Air Force, a crippled American carrier force, and reinforced Japanese troops on the island might have created conditions the United States could not easily have reversed. Others have argued that by October of 1942, the American industrial and manpower advantage was already so decisively tilted that no single engagement, however favorable, could have fundamentally altered the trajectory of the Pacific War. Both arguments have serious advocates in the historical literature, and neither has been definitively settled. What is clear is that October of 1942 was the month when the campaign for Guadalcanal was closest to its most uncertain outcome. The waters around Guadalcanal in the last days of October were littered with wreckage, floating debris from ships, from aircraft, from the equipment that both sides had been ferrying to the island for months. Iron Bottom Sound was earning its name through accumulation. The next scheduled confrontation, which the American side was already anticipating, and for which Halsey was already assembling his forces, would be the largest, the costliest, and the most decisive surface naval engagement of the Guadalcanal campaign. It would be fought across 2 nights in mid-November, and it would involve ships of every type, destroyers, cruisers, battleships, in engagements of extraordinary intensity. But before we arrive at those November nights, understand the weight of everything that had come before. 4 major naval battles, 300+ dead American sailors at Savo Island alone, 2 carriers gone. The whole weight of the Pacific War balanced on a jungle airstrip in the South Pacific. The men who would fight in November were inheriting all of it. Chapter 7, The Naval Battle of Guadalcanal, First Night. There are moments in a long campaign when the accumulated pressure of months finds a single point of release, and everything that has been building, the failed landings, the lost ships, the exhausted garrisons, the half-finished airstrips, and the arguments in operations rooms at 3 in the morning. All of it converges on one night, one stretch of dark water, and a handful of men on bridge wings making decisions that will outlive them by decades. The night of the 12th to 13th of November, 1942, was that kind of night for the Guadalcanal campaign. What the historians call the Naval Battle of Guadalcanal, to distinguish it from the larger campaign, was fought across 2 consecutive nights and involved more ships, more flag officers, and more concentrated violence in a confined space than any surface engagement the American Navy had experienced since the Age of Sail. It did not start well. It ended in a way that nobody on either side had quite predicted. By the 2nd week of November, the Japanese Imperial General Headquarters had committed to a major effort to retake Guadalcanal through a combination of large-scale troop landings and a naval bombardment of Henderson Field that would exceed even the battleship shelling of October. The plan involved landing more than 10,000 fresh army troops, principally elements of the 38th Division, from a convoy of 11 transport ships, screened by a substantial destroyer force, while a separate naval bombardment group neutralized Henderson Field's aircraft the night before the convoy arrived. Vice Admiral Hiroaki Abe commanded the bombardment force, 2 fast battleships, Hiei and Kirishima, accompanied by the light cruiser Nagara and 14 destroyers. His mission was to move into Iron Bottom Sound during the night of the 12th to 13th and shell Henderson Field with the same kind of sustained fire that had devastated it in October. The convoy would follow the next night, with the airfield suppressed and the American air response degraded. Halsey was aware through intelligence and aerial reconnaissance that a major Japanese naval force was moving south. His available surface forces at Guadalcanal were limited. USS Enterprise was in the area, but still undergoing repair from Santa Cruz damage, and her air group was not at full strength. The surface force he could commit to defending the Sound consisted of 5 cruisers and 8 destroyers under Rear Admiral Daniel Callahan, with Rear Admiral Norman Scott, the victor of Cape Esperance, as second in command. Callahan was the senior officer by days of date of rank, a fact that would be noted painfully in the aftermath, because Scott had more experience commanding night surface engagements. Callahan was a capable officer and was highly regarded personally by Halsey. He was also working with a force that had not trained together, under an action plan that was constructed in hours rather than days, for a night engagement in confined waters against an enemy that included 2 battleships. His cruisers had no realistic prospect of defeating in a gun duel. The American force entered Iron Bottom Sound from the east in column, a single line of 8 destroyers and 5 cruisers, with Callahan's flagship USS San Francisco in the middle of the column. The disposition placed several of the better radar-equipped destroyers near the ends of the column, rather than at the van, where their radar capability could most efficiently support the force's situational awareness. This is one of those tactical details that post-war analysts have returned to repeatedly, because the radar picture available to Callahan's ships that night was in principle quite good. USS Helena obtained contacts on Abe's approaching force at a range of more than 14,000 meters. The contacts were reported up the chain of command. The response in terms of forming a tactical plan and distributing that plan to all ships in time for them to act on it was, to put it carefully, not as crisp as the contacts deserved. When Callahan's column and Abe's force met in the dark waters southwest of Savo Island, they met at almost point-blank range. Some of the fighting would take place at distances of only a few hundred meters, close enough that ships were unable to depress their guns sufficiently to hit targets they could see. What followed was described by survivors on both sides in terms that consistently reached for the language of chaos rather than the language of battle. Ships fired at what they could see or what their radar showed, which in the early minutes of the engagement was as likely to be a friendly vessel as an enemy one. Callahan's attempts to coordinate the action by radio were complicated by the fact that different ships were on different tactical situations at any given moment, and that the column had fragmented almost immediately upon contact. The flagship USS San Francisco was struck by multiple large caliber shells and had her bridge demolished by hits that killed Rear Admiral Callahan and virtually everyone else on the navigation bridge. Rear Admiral Scott was killed aboard USS Atlanta, which was struck by gunfire early in the engagement and left burning and dead in the water. In the middle of all this, something happened that was genuinely improbable and that historians have argued about ever since. USS San Francisco, whose captain had assumed command after Callahan was killed, fired several salvos into the Japanese battleship Hiei at very close range, close enough that the shells from a cruiser could penetrate the lightly armored superstructure of a battleship, even if they could not damage the heavily armored belt and machinery spaces. Hiei was struck by a significant number of 8-inch shells and had her steering gear and some of her engineering systems damaged. She was still afloat and still firing, but she was no longer fully maneuverable. Abe, his flagship damaged and his force in a confused night action, made the decision to withdraw without having completed the bombardment of Henderson Field. The decision was operationally rational, given the circumstances. It was also the decision that, by preventing the bombardment, left Henderson Field's aircraft available to operate the following morning. The cost of that night to the American side was severe. USS Atlanta and USS Juneau were sunk. Juneau going down the following morning after being struck by a Japanese submarine's torpedo while withdrawing from the battle area. USS Barton and USS Laffey, both destroyers, were sunk. USS Cushing and USS Monson were sunk. USS Portland, USS San Francisco, USS Helena, and USS Aaron Ward were all damaged to varying degrees. More than 700 American sailors died in those few hours in Iron Bottom Sound, including the 2 flag officers. It was the highest single-night casualty toll the American Navy suffered in any surface engagement of the Pacific War. The Japanese lost the destroyer Akatsuki and had Hiei crippled. By the arithmetic of ships sunk, the night of the 12th to 13th of November was another Japanese tactical success. The result that mattered, though, was the decision Abe had made to turn north without bombarding Henderson Field. The following morning, aircraft from Henderson Field and from the damaged USS Enterprise found Hiei moving slowly north of Savo Island, unable to escape because of her damaged steering. Over the course of the morning and afternoon of the 13th, she was attacked repeatedly by torpedo bombers and dive bombers. She resisted for hours. The Japanese crew made damage control efforts that were described by American pilots as determined. But the accumulation of hits eventually overwhelmed any realistic possibility of saving her. She was scuttled by her crew that evening, going down as the first Japanese battleship lost in the war. The loss of a battleship was a blow to Japanese prestige that operated at a level beyond simple operational calculus. Battleships were not just weapons systems in the naval culture of 1942. They were symbols. Losing Hiei off Guadalcanal to land-based aircraft in an action that had failed to accomplish its primary objective was a combination of outcomes that the officers at Truck Tokyo found very difficult to present in a favorable light. The night of the 13th to 14th of November brought more Japanese naval activity. A bombardment force of heavy cruisers, Suzuya and Maya, entered Iron Bottom Sound and conducted a shelling of Henderson Field that was more effective than Abe's truncated effort, destroying several aircraft and damaging the airstrip. But the follow-up, the Japanese transport convoy bearing the 38th Division, was intercepted the following day by aircraft from Henderson Field and Enterprise. 6 of the 11 transports were sunk before they reached Guadalcanal. 4 of the remaining 5 were beached under heavy air attack, attempting to discharge their troops by landing directly on the beach while still under fire. The troops who came ashore from those beached transports arrived without most of their heavy weapons, without their artillery, and with minimal supplies. They would prove unable to mount the offensive that had been intended for them. The first night action of the naval battle of Guadalcanal is, in the history of the campaign, the engagement that most nakedly exposes the difference between what a battle costs and what it decides. The Americans lost more ships, more men, and both of the flag officers present. The Japanese failed to suppress Henderson Field. That failure, and what it allowed Henderson Field's aircraft to accomplish the following day against the transport convoy, changed the strategic situation in ways that the raw count of sunk vessels could not capture. It is a battle that resists the simple vocabulary of victory and defeat, which is precisely why it appears so often in the curricula of naval war colleges, where the problems worth studying are rarely the ones with clean answers. Chapter: The Naval Battle of Guadalcanal, Second Night. The night of the 14th to 15th of November 1942 was the second act of the Naval Battle of Guadalcanal, and it was fought under conditions that were different from the first night in almost every important respect. The American side had had approximately 36 hours to react, to reassemble available forces, and to commit the one asset that the first night's action had not deployed: battleships. Halsey had been holding two fast battleships, USS Washington and USS South Dakota, under Rear Admiral Willis Lee, in reserve, because their value as capital ships made them difficult to risk in the confined, mine-threatened, torpedo-rich waters of Iron Bottom Sound at night. After the losses of the 12th to 13th, there was no longer any realistic alternative. Lee's battleships would enter the Sound that night if the Japanese sent another bombardment force down the slot, and the intelligence picture strongly suggested they would. Then two American battleships would be waiting for it. The Japanese force that sortied south on the night of the 14th was built around the battleship Kirishima, the same vessel that had been part of Abe's force 2 nights earlier, accompanied by 2 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 9 destroyers, under Vice Admiral Nobutake Kondo. Kondo's mission was to complete what Abe had failed to accomplish: bombard Henderson Field with the kind of sustained fire that would put it out of operation for long enough to allow the surviving elements of the transport convoy to land their troops and supplies. He was operating with full knowledge that an American surface force was in the area, and his force was substantially larger and more powerful than the cruiser-destroyer groups the Americans had been deploying. He was not expecting 2 American battleships. Willis Lee's force entered Iron Bottom Sound, ahead of Washington and South Dakota. He put his 4 destroyers in the van, with the 2 battleships following in column behind them. Lee had commanded destroyers earlier in his career, and was known in the Surface Navy as one of the service's outstanding gunnery officers. He was also, more than most of his contemporaries, thoughtful about the integration of radar into tactical decision-making. His flagship Washington carried the SG surface search radar, and Lee intended to use it not just as a warning system, but as a fire control aid. The plan was clear at the level of intention. Its execution would encounter the kind of friction that night combat in confined waters reliably generates. Kondo's destroyers encountered Lee's van destroyers first, and the ensuing engagement was brutal and short. All 4 American destroyers, USS Preston, USS Walk, USS Benham, and USS Gwynn, were either sunk or so badly damaged as to be out of the battle. USS Preston and USS Walk sank quickly, cut apart by a combination of gunfire and torpedoes. USS Benham was torpedoed, but remained afloat long enough to be scuttled the following day. USS Gwynn was damaged but survived. The Japanese destroyers had performed their screening function effectively. Kondo, his approach swept clear of the American van, moved toward the Sound with Kirishima and the cruisers, preparing to bombard Henderson Field with Kirishima's 14-inch guns. What Kondo did not know, and could not have known, because the darkness and the confusion of the destroyer engagement had not given him a clear radar picture of the southern part of the Sound, was that USS Washington was tracking his force on her SG radar, and had been doing so for several minutes. Lee held his fire until the range had closed to what his gunnery teams calculated as a distance where the fire control solution was solid. Then Washington opened fire on Kirishima with her 16-inch main battery. The effect on a battleship that had no warning and no time to maneuver was immediate and severe. Kirishima was struck by multiple 16-inch shells in rapid succession. Hits that her armor, designed against 14-inch fire at battle ranges, could not adequately absorb at the angle and range at which they arrived. She began to list and lost steering within minutes of the first salvo. The engagement lasted less than 20 minutes in its decisive phase. Washington's radar-directed gunnery was, in the judgment of most subsequent analysts, one of the first truly successful demonstrations of radar-integrated battleship fire in the naval war. The ship obtained fire control solutions, opened fire, and maintained accurate fire against a target she had detected before she could see it, at a range where visual aiming would have been impossible. South Dakota, meanwhile, had experienced serious electrical problems during the engagement that had temporarily disabled much of her radar and fire control, and she had absorbed several hits from Japanese cruisers before disengaging to the south. Her withdrawal removed her from the decisive part of the battle, and it would be debated afterward whether her problems were primarily equipment failure or crew error in managing the equipment under combat, a question that the available records do not resolve to universal satisfaction. Kirishima sank early on the morning of the 15th of November, the second Japanese battleship lost in 72 hours. Ayanami, a Japanese destroyer, also sank. Kondo withdrew without conducting the Henderson Field bombardment. This was the third consecutive night on which a Japanese bombardment force had been turned back from its objective. The first two by Callahan's suicidal cruiser action, the third by Lee's battleships. Henderson Field was still operational. Its aircraft had already demonstrated the previous day what they could do to an unprotected convoy. The Japanese transport commanders, bringing the beached remnants of their convoy into Guadalcanal's shoreline under fire, were finding that the mathematics of the reinforcement problem had fundamentally changed. Getting troops to the island was now costing Japan more, in ships and men, than those troops were worth to the ground campaign. The strategic significance of the naval battle of Guadalcanal, considered as a two-night engagement from the 12th through the 15th of November, has been assessed very consistently by historians across the decades since the war, which is itself unusual for an action as complicated and costly as this one. The consensus is that the battle marked the end of Japan's ability to contest control of Guadalcanal at the strategic level. After the 15th of November, Japan could no longer commit capital ships to the waters around Guadalcanal. The risk of exposure to Henderson Field's aircraft during daylight was too great, and the two-night demonstration had shown that nighttime bombardment missions could be intercepted by American surface forces with increasing effectiveness. The Tokyo Express could still run with destroyers and fast cruisers. It could not run with battleships or fleet carriers. The maximum load of men and material that a destroyer resupply run could deliver to Guadalcanal was, by the arithmetic of supply, simply insufficient to sustain a division-strength offensive against a position that was being reinforced by a nation with the industrial capacity of the United States. There is an element of the two-night naval battle of Guadalcanal that sits quietly in the archival record and tends not to receive as much popular attention as the gunnery duel between Washington and Kirishima. It is the story of the men who went into the water. When ships sink in tropical waters at night, in an area where both sides are still fighting, the men in the water are in a situation that does not resolve quickly. The sharks in the waters around Guadalcanal were well documented by both American and Japanese accounts. The time it took for rescue ships to reach survivors after the fighting had ceased was, in several cases, measured in hours. The number of men who survived the sinking of their ships and did not survive the water is recorded in the casualty figures, but not in a way that makes it easy to separate from men killed by the immediate action. USS Juno, sunk by the submarine I-26 on the morning of the 13th, had approximately 700 men aboard when she went down. The rescue operation that reached her survivors was delayed. Only 10 men were ultimately recovered alive. Among those lost were 5 brothers, all 5 Sullivan brothers of Waterloo, Iowa, whose story would become one of the most widely publicized personal losses of the American war effort, prompting a review of the policy that allowed multiple family members to serve aboard the same vessel simultaneously. Chapter 9. The Battle of Tassafaronga. The last lesson. There is a particular kind of defeat that is worse than an ordinary defeat, and it is the kind that arrives immediately after a victory. When the confidence of recent success has softened the edge of caution, when the command has started to believe that it has solved the problem that the campaign has been posing, and when the enemy has not received the same message. The Battle of Tassafaronga, fought on the night of the 30th of November, 1942, was that kind of defeat. It arrived 2 weeks after the naval battle of Guadalcanal had appeared to settle the question of surface superiority in Iron Bottom Sound in America's favor. It killed more than 400 American sailors, and it was inflicted by 8 Japanese destroyers on a force of 5 American cruisers and 6 destroyers that had every technological and numerical advantage except the specific kind of readiness that the situation required. The context for Tassafaronga was the continuing effort by Japan to supply and reinforce its garrison on Guadalcanal using destroyer runs. The Japanese command had recognized that battleship operations in the waters around Guadalcanal were no longer survivable in the post-November environment, but destroyer runs at night remained possible, if expensive. The force dispatched on the night of the 30th of November was under the command of Rear Admiral Raizo Tanaka, the same officer who had been running destroyer operations in the slot for months, and who had developed, through practical experience, a set of instincts about night fighting in these waters that no amount of staff work could have produced on its own. Tanaka's 8 destroyers were loaded with supply drums, the floating barrel system by which troops ashore retrieved supplies, and were running south to Tassafaronga Point on the northwestern coast of Guadalcanal when the American force caught them. The American force was Task Force 67 under Rear Admiral Carlton Wright, who had only assumed command of the task force 2 days earlier, after his predecessor was reassigned. Wright had 4 heavy cruisers, USS Minneapolis, USS New Orleans, USS Pensacola, and USS Northampton, and the light cruiser USS Honolulu, plus 6 destroyers. He had radar, he had numerical and firepower superiority, and he had advanced warning of the Japanese approach through a combination of aerial reconnaissance and Coast Watcher reports. The American destroyers in the van, led by Commander William Cole, requested permission to launch torpedoes when they first detected Tanaka's column at a range suited to a good torpedo solution. Wright delayed granting permission for approximately 4 minutes while he processed the radar picture. Those 4 minutes changed the geometry of the torpedo attack. By the time permission was granted and the American destroyers fired, the firing angle had shifted enough that the torpedoes largely missed. Tanaka's lookouts detected the American force in the moment of the opening American gunfire. Not in advance of it, but in time enough to execute a maneuver that his destroyer commanders had rehearsed. His lead destroyers turned to present their torpedo battery and fired a salvo of Type 90. 3 long-lance torpedoes before the American cruiser's radar-directed gunfire had found its mark. The long-lance's range advantage was decisive in this engagement. It could run far enough and fast enough that it reached the American cruisers, while Tanaka's destroyers were still at the edge of the American gunfire's effective range. USS Minneapolis was struck by 2 torpedoes that blew off a substantial portion of her bow. USS New Orleans was struck by at least 1 torpedo and lost her entire bow forward of the No. 2 turret, approximately 100 feet of ship, in an explosion that also set off her forward magazine. USS Pensacola was struck and caught fire, burning intensely for hours. USS Northampton was struck twice and sank before morning. The American cruisers had been hit before they had effectively hit anything. Tanaka's destroyers, several of which had not even been able to complete their supply mission due to the interruption, withdrew northward with the loss of only one ship, the destroyer Takanami, caught in the American cruiser gunfire and sunk. The exchange rate was staggeringly unfavorable for the American side. 4 cruisers damaged or sunk, more than 400 men dead, in return for 1 Japanese destroyer. It was the last major Japanese tactical success in Iron Bottom Sound. That distinction did not make it easier to report or to explain to the families of the dead. The post-war analysis of Tassafaronga tends to focus on 3 factors. Wright's 4-minute delay in authorizing the torpedo attack, the continuing superiority of the Japanese long-lance torpedo over its American counterparts, and the doctrinal gap in the American cruiser force between having radar and using radar to its full tactical potential in a fast-moving night engagement. All 3 were real. What gets somewhat less attention is the human factor of Tanaka himself, an officer who had been running destroyer operations in the most dangerous waters in the Pacific for months, who knew those waters and those tactical problems with an intimacy that no technical analysis could replicate, and who, in the moment his force was caught in the open by a superior enemy, executed a torpedo attack of such precision and timing that it stands as a benchmark in the naval literature of the Second World War. His own later assessment of the action was notably restrained. The quality of understatement that tends to distinguish men who understand exactly what they have done from men who are still discovering it. The material damage from Tassafaronga took months to repair. USS Minneapolis and USS New Orleans were so badly damaged that they required extended yard work to restore them to service. USS Pensacola was out of operation for nearly a year. The tactical result was a further embarrassment for the South Pacific Command, at a moment when Halsey had been working to project confidence after the November battles. Halsey's response was characteristically direct. He reorganized the available surface forces, accelerated the integration of radar tactics, and continued to press the supply problem at Guadalcanal with whatever means were available. The strategic situation had not reversed. The campaign was still tilting toward the Americans, but Tassafaronga was a reminder, delivered at high cost, that the enemy's capability to punish tactical overconfidence had not expired. The long-lance torpedo deserves a dedicated moment of technical attention in any serious account of the Guadalcanal naval battles, because it appears in the battle reports again and again as a factor that the American side consistently underestimated. The Type 93 was an oxygen-propelled torpedo. Its propellant was pure oxygen rather than the compressed air used in American torpedoes, which meant it left no visible bubble trail in the water and could run much farther. American estimates of Japanese torpedo range at the time of Guadalcanal were significantly shorter than the actual capability of the weapon. American destroyer and cruiser commanders routinely believed they were outside Japanese torpedo range when they were not. That misperception cost ships at Savo Island, at the first night of the naval battle of Guadalcanal, and again at Tassafaronga. It was only after captured Japanese documents and the post-war interrogation of Japanese naval officers clarified the weapon's actual performance specifications that the American side fully understood what had been hitting their ships in the dark all those months. The American torpedo situation was, comparably, a source of frustration throughout the campaign that rarely receives its proper emphasis in popular accounts. The standard American destroyer torpedo of the period, the Mark 15, had performance characteristics inferior to the Long Lance on every significant metric of range and reliability. The Mark 14 torpedo used by submarines had a well-documented depth-keeping problem and an equally well-documented contact exploder failure rate that had been known to senior torpedo officers for some time before the war and had not been adequately corrected. American submariners operating around Guadalcanal and in the wider Pacific were, through much of 1942, firing weapons that did not run at the depth set and whose exploders did not reliably detonate on contact. The scale of the problem was not fully accepted at the administrative level of the Navy until later in the war, by which time it had cost an unknown number of ships that should have been sunk by torpedoes that simply did not work. This is one of the recurring examples in the Guadalcanal record of institutional failure operating alongside tactical failure at a cost paid by the men on the ships and under the water. The month of November, taken as a whole, had established one fundamental and irreversible fact about the Guadalcanal campaign. Japan could not sustain the level of naval effort required to retake the island. The carrier force had been bled of experienced aircrew. The surface force had lost 2 battleships in 2 nights. The destroyer transport operation was costing ships and men at a rate that delivered supplies insufficient to maintain the army force ashore at combat effectiveness. The army on Guadalcanal, estimated at roughly 30,000 men at its peak, but reduced by combat casualties, disease, starvation, to a fraction of that number through November and December, was no longer capable of offensive operations. It was barely capable of defensive ones. The only questions that remained were, how long would Japan continue to supply and maintain a garrisons whose strategic mission was impossible to fulfill? And what would withdrawal look like when the decision was finally made? Chapter 10. Starvation and the Holding Ground, December of 1942 on Guadalcanal, was not a month of major naval battles. It was a month of grinding, daily attrition, on land, in the air, and in the narrow corridor of water that the Tokyo Express was still attempting to use. The absence of major fleet engagements in December is sometimes read retrospectively as a quiet period in the campaign, a pause before resolution. That reading is misleading. The Japanese soldiers on Guadalcanal during December were starving, not figuratively, not as a rhetorical shorthand for deprivation, literally starving, dying in the jungle in numbers that exceeded the battle casualties of the preceding months. The supply system that Tanaka's destroyers had been running at such cost was delivering amounts of food and medicine that were wholly inadequate to the needs of the garrison. The men on the island were eating whatever the jungle offered: palm hearts, roots, rats, anything that could be found in a terrain that had been fought over and shelled and bombed for 4 months. The American position on Guadalcanal in December was not comfortable, but it was stable. The army had begun arriving to reinforce and eventually relieve the Marines. The 25th Infantry Division and the 2nd Marine Division were being committed, and the total Allied strength on the island was growing steadily. Henderson Field was operational, regularly resupplied, and extending its effective range as additional aircraft and fuel arrived. The Coast Watcher network, maintained by Australian and New Zealand civilian volunteers stationed on islands throughout the Solomons and operating under extraordinary personal risk, continued to provide early warning of Japanese movements down the slot, often with enough lead time for Henderson Field's aircraft to be airborne and positioned before the approaching force arrived over the target. The quality of American tactical intelligence had improved markedly since August, and it continued to improve through December as signals intelligence, aerial reconnaissance, and Coast Watcher reports were integrated more effectively. The Tokyo Express continued to operate through December, but with declining frequency and increasing cost. Each destroyer run was contested by aircraft from Henderson Field, by PT boats from Tulagi, and by the occasional surface air force sortie by American destroyers that Halsey was deploying with greater tactical sophistication than the early months of the campaign had seen. The PT boat operations around Guadalcanal during this period are worth noting because they sit in an interesting space between tactical effectiveness and tactical aspiration. The boats were fast and difficult to detect at night, and their presence imposed a constant friction on Japanese destroyer operations that was disproportionate to the actual tonnage of Japanese shipping they sank. The psychological effect on Japanese destroyer crews of knowing that small, fast, torpedo-armed boats were somewhere in the dark was real, even when the boats missed, which they frequently did, their Mark 8 torpedoes being affected by the same reliability problems that plagued American torpedoes across the board. On the Japanese side, December brought a series of high-level discussions in Tokyo and at Truk about the future of the Guadalcanal operation. These discussions have been extensively documented in the post-war record, and what they reveal is a gradual and painful recognition at the senior levels of the Japanese command that the island could not be held. The army, which had committed substantial prestige and forces to Guadalcanal, was reluctant to accept this conclusion. The Navy, which had borne the operational cost of supplying the garrison and had lost more ships in 6 months of Guadalcanal operations than in any previous period of the war, was more willing to state the strategic reality plainly. The decision process was not quick, and it was not free of institutional friction between the services. But by late December, the outline of a plan to evacuate the Guadalcanal garrison, designated Operation K, was taking shape at Imperial General Headquarters. The American command was not fully aware in December that Japan was contemplating evacuation. The intelligence picture suggested continued Japanese reinforcement efforts, and Halsey's planning through the end of 1942 was oriented around defeating a renewed Japanese offensive, rather than exploiting an imminent Japanese withdrawal. This misreading of Japanese intentions was not a failure of intelligence collection per se. The signals available were genuinely ambiguous, and the pattern of continued destroyer runs looked, from the outside, like preparation for reinforcement rather than preparation for extraction. The distinction between a resupply run delivering food and a resupply run delivering evacuation facilitating supplies, lighter loads, fewer drums, more deck space, was not something that aerial reconnaissance or signals intercepts could easily resolve. The Americans would be surprised by the evacuation when it came. The naval activity in December that most directly affected the strategic situation was not a major surface battle, but a series of destroyer actions in which the Americans, operating with improving radar tactics and better intership communication procedures, managed to disrupt Tokyo Express runs with greater frequency. The Battle of Lunga Point on the 12th of November and subsequent smaller actions through December demonstrated that American destroyers, when given the freedom to operate offensively rather than as cruiser escorts, could contest the slot more effectively than the preceding months had suggested. The persistent problem for the American surface commander was balancing the need to protect the transport anchorage at Guadalcanal against the desire to push offensive destroyer forces far enough up the slot to intercept the Japanese before they reached the island. Every time destroyers went north, they reduced the local protection of the anchorage. Every time they stayed south, they reduced the pressure on the express runs. There was no configuration that solved both problems simultaneously. The condition of the American ground forces during December was characterized by exhaustion and disease, rather than by any immediate military crisis. The 1st Marine Division, which had been on the island since August, was being rotated out. Its men were suffering from malaria at rates that left many units at a fraction of their nominal strength. The division that General Vandergrift had commanded through the worst months of the campaign was leaving Guadalcanal on ships that also carried, in a strange overlap of military logistics, the men arriving to replace them. Vandergrift himself departed in December, his command responsibilities transferred to Major General Alexander Patch of the Army's Americal Division. The handover was operationally smooth. What the men of the 1st Marine Division carried off the island with them, in the literal physical sense of malarial parasites in their blood, and in the less measurable sense of what 4 months in that jungle had deposited in their memories, would be with them for years. The Japanese soldiers on Guadalcanal in December were, by the accounts compiled from post-war interviews with survivors and from the diaries recovered from the dead, in a condition that went beyond anything that the word difficult could adequately describe. Units that had arrived on the island as formed, equipped, trained infantry were reduced by December to scattered, starving groups of men whose primary daily activity was searching for food. Medical care had effectively ceased to exist for much of the garrison. Malaria, dysentery, and beriberi were endemic at rates that had permanently degraded the combat capability of units that had not been destroyed by direct combat. The Japanese army's experience on Guadalcanal during the final months of the campaign is one of the most severe examples of logistical collapse in the military history of the Second World War, and understanding it is essential to understanding why the evacuation, when it came, looked operationally so impressive from the outside. Because the men being evacuated were, in many cases, barely capable of walking to the beach. The naval campaign in December was also shaped by events elsewhere in the Pacific that were beginning to constrain Japan's options in the Solomons. The Allied offensive in New Guinea, the battle for the Kokoda Track, and the subsequent Bunagona campaign was consuming Japanese ground forces and air strength that might otherwise have been committed to Guadalcanal. The resource competition between the New Guinea and Guadalcanal theatres was a persistent source of tension in Japanese operational planning, and the outcome, insufficient force committed to either theatre to achieve decisive results in either, reflected the fundamental resource constraint that underpinned Japan's strategic position from late 1942 onward. Japan had designed a war of rapid territorial expansion to be consolidated before American industrial production could redress the balance. By December of 1942, that window had closed. The last Tokyo Express run of any significant scale in December arrived off Guadalcanal on the 3rd of the month, delivering supplies to the starving garrison under conditions of risk that Tanaka's destroyers had learned to accept as routine. The routine was, in a sense, the most damning thing about it, that the extraordinary had become ordinary, that running destroyers at full speed through a narrow, mine-threatened aircraft patrolled body of water in the dark was simply what the Japanese surface navy did now, because the strategic situation had contracted to the point where destroyers were the only operational option remaining. The officer who had run more of those missions than anyone else, who understood the slot at night better than any man alive, was Raizo Tanaka. He would be transferred from the destroyer command in December after a dispute with his superiors over the handling of an earlier action. The Navy that had relied on him so completely for 6 months moved him aside at the moment when the campaign was entering its final phase. The record he left in the waters around Guadalcanal of professional excellence maintained under conditions of progressive strategic deterioration remains, decades later, one of the more instructive case studies in what tactical skill can and cannot accomplish when the strategic framework is failing. Chapter 11, The Phantom Victory, Operation K, and the Great Escape. There is a quality in military history that might be called the phantom victory, the moment when one side achieves an apparent success that is, in reality, the product of being deceived about the nature of the operation it was watching. Operation Care, the Japanese evacuation of Guadalcanal, executed across 3 nights in late January and early February of 1943, was that kind of event. The American command at Guadalcanal observed increased Japanese naval activity in the waters north of the island throughout late January and prepared with considerable energy to meet what it believed was a major Japanese reinforcement effort. Air attacks were launched, PT boats were deployed, destroyer forces were positioned. The Americans inflicted losses on the Japanese naval forces conducting the evacuation runs. And then, on the morning of the 9th of February, 1943, ground patrols pushing west along the Guadalcanal coast reached the evacuation beaches and found them empty. The decision to execute Operation Car K had been finalized by Imperial General Headquarters on the 4th of January, 1943, following a period of deliberation that reflected the competing institutional pressures within the Japanese command. The army needed the evacuation to preserve whatever remained of the 17th Army. The Navy needed the operation to demonstrate that it could still execute a complex naval mission in contested waters, and that the sacrifice of the campaign had not been for nothing. The plan called for 3 evacuation runs on successive nights, using a force of fast destroyers moving down the slot after dark, embarking troops from the beach at Cape Esperance on Guadalcanal's northwestern tip, and withdrawing north before dawn. The destroyers would move fast enough, and the nights were dark enough that the American radar picture, impressive as it had become, would not be able to develop a complete tactical solution before the Japanese ships were gone. The preparation for Operation Key involved a deliberate deception component. Japanese forces launched increased air activity over Guadalcanal in late January. Attacks on Henderson Field and on American positions that looked, to the American intelligence picture, like preparation for renewed offensive operations. The increased destroyer traffic south through the slot was read by American analysts who had spent 6 months watching resupply runs as more of the same. The distinction between loading drums of supplies for delivery and loading empty decks for maximum personnel capacity was not one that could be resolved from available intelligence sources. The American ground commander, General Patch, was receiving intelligence assessments that pointed toward a Japanese offensive in late January and early February. He was preparing for attack, not for the discovery of abandoned positions. The first evacuation run, on the night of the 1st to 2nd of February 1943, embarked approximately 5,000 men from the beaches of northwestern Guadalcanal. The second run on the 4th to 5th of February took off several thousand more. The third, run on the 7th to 8th of February, completed the evacuation, recovering the last organized Japanese forces from the island. The total number of men evacuated by all 3 runs was approximately 10,700. A remarkable figure given the condition of the garrison and the conditions under which the operation was conducted. The destroyers involved in the operation performed their mission with the kind of professional efficiency that characterized the best Japanese destroyer operations throughout the campaign. Fast, dark, systematic, and gone before the enemy could develop an adequate response. The American response during the evacuation runs was real and inflicted losses. Henderson Field aircraft attacked the Japanese destroyer forces on several of the runs. PT boats intercepted elements of the evacuation fleet. The destroyer USS De Haven was sunk by Japanese aircraft during this period, one of the last significant American naval losses of the Guadalcanal campaign. Several Japanese destroyers were damaged, but the evacuation itself was not disrupted to a degree that prevented its completion. The American forces were, in the language of the operational analysis, fighting the wrong battle, preparing for a reinforcement that was actually an extraction, deploying offensive forces to stop a landing that was actually a departure. When the full picture became clear on the 9th of February, there was a brief but documented sense of bewilderment in the American command that honest accounts of the period do not entirely suppress. The condition of the men who were evacuated from Guadalcanal tells its own story about what the campaign had cost Japan at the human level. The survivors of the 17th Army, who made it to the evacuation beaches, had been living for months on the margin of survival. Many could not walk without assistance. Many more were carried to the beach by comrades barely stronger than they were. The destroyers that received them were not equipped with medical facilities to handle the scale of the need. The naval crews of the evacuation force, who had been preparing for this mission, and who were themselves experienced in the brutal mathematics of the slot, apparently found the condition of the men they were taking off the island genuinely shocking, which, given what those crews had been through in the preceding 6 months, carries its own weight. From the American perspective, the successful Japanese evacuation of Guadalcanal was absorbed into the narrative of the campaign's conclusion, with varying degrees of frankness depending on the source. The official American account of the campaign's end emphasized, correctly, that Guadalcanal had been won. The island was in American hands. The strategic airfield was secure. The Japanese counteroffensive had failed at every stage. What received somewhat less emphasis was the operational intelligence failure that had allowed Japan to extract 10,000 men who might otherwise have been captured or destroyed. The historiographical question, whether a more accurate reading of Japanese intentions in late January could have enabled an American interception of the evacuation, rather than a preparatory posture for a fictitious offensive, has been examined in subsequent accounts with more candor than the immediate post-war official histories managed. The strategic significance of Operation K is, in the longer arc of the Pacific War, limited but real. The men evacuated from Guadalcanal were, by all accounts, too physically diminished to return to frontline combat service for many months. The 17th Army, as an effective fighting force, had been effectively destroyed at Guadalcanal, regardless of how many of its members escaped the island. The experience of Guadalcanal, the starvation, the disease, the months of nightly naval bombardment and air attack, left permanent marks on the survivors that the physical recovery of weight and health could not fully erase. In that sense, the evacuation preserved bodies rather than fighting units. Japan had lost the Guadalcanal campaign comprehensively before Operation Key began, and Operation Key could not change that. What it did do, was demonstrate that Japanese naval forces, operating under conditions of strategic defeat, could still execute a complex, deceptive evacuation operation against a more powerful opponent. That is a narrow credit on a ledger that was otherwise overwhelmingly in deficit. The final naval action directly associated with the Guadalcanal evacuations was the sinking of USS Chicago on the 30th of January 1943 by Japanese aircraft operating in support of the cover operations for K. USS Chicago, the heavy cruiser that had withdrawn from the Battle of Savo Island on the first night of the campaign under circumstances that had generated controversy, was struck by airborne torpedoes and sank in the Rennell Island area south of the main Solomon's chain. Her loss was the last significant American naval casualty of the Guadalcanal phase, and there was a bleak symmetry in the fact that a ship associated with one of the campaign's most painful early moments was also one of its last naval losses. The men who studied the campaign's balance sheet in the weeks after Guadalcanal's liberation found the accounting complete in its own grim way. The completion of the evacuation on the 9th of February was confirmed by General Patch in a message to Halsey that has been quoted in somewhat varying forms in a number of historical accounts. The essential content being that organized resistance on Guadalcanal had ended. Halsey's response was characteristically brief. and characteristically direct. The campaign that had begun 6 months earlier with a hastily planned assault on an island most Americans had never heard of had ended with the liberation of that island and the beginning of a new phase of the Pacific War in which the Allied forces in the South Pacific would go on the offensive up the Solomon Islands chain toward Rabaul, carrying the strategic advantage that the Guadalcanal campaign had purchased at such cost. The water that had been named Iron Bottom Sound by the men who watched ships sink in it now held, on its floor, the evidence of what 6 months of industrial-scale naval warfare looks like when it is finished. Chapter 12. Iron Bottom Sound, The Reckoning. When a campaign ends, there is always a period in which the participants and the observers attempt to construct a final accounting. Ships lost, men killed, objectives achieved or denied, lessons identified, and lessons missed. The Guadalcanal campaign resists clean accounting. It was too long, too complicated, and too expensive on both sides for any single set of numbers to capture its meaning. But the numbers are where any serious reckoning has to begin, because they establish the material reality within which the strategic and human story takes place. In the waters around Guadalcanal and the slot between August of 1942 and February of 1943, the United States Navy lost approximately 24 warships sunk, including 2 heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, and 7 destroyers in the major surface engagements, plus the carrier USS Hornet and considerable other tonnage. The Imperial Japanese Navy lost approximately 24 warships in the same period, including 2 battleships, 3 heavy cruisers, and 11 destroyers. A number that looks symmetrical until you examine the difference in what those losses meant to each Navy's ability to continue the war. The American Navy in 1942 was the product of a building program that had been dramatically accelerated following the attack on Pearl Harbor and the American entry into the war. New destroyers, cruisers, and carriers were coming out of American shipyards at a rate that had no parallel in the world at that time. The Essex-class fleet carriers, the first of which would commission in late 1942, represented a quantum increase in American carrier capacity over the ships that had fought the first year of the Pacific War. The Fletcher-class destroyers, entering service in the same period, were larger, faster, and better armed than the Gleaves and Benson-class ships that had borne the brunt of the Guadalcanal destroyer engagements. The losses at Guadalcanal, however painful in the immediate operational sense, were losses that the American industrial base was in the process of replacing and exceeding at the moment they were being inflicted. By the end of 1943, the United States Navy would be an entirely different instrument from the one that had scraped together 3 carriers and a collection of cruisers and destroyers in August of 1942. The Japanese Navy was not in the same position. The battleship building program that Japan had been pursuing, and which had produced such formidable ships as Yamato and Musashi, had been designed for a war that would be decided by battleship gun duels at long range, not by the attrition of destroyer runs through a narrow nighttime corridor. The carrier aviation force, which had been the decisive element of Japanese offensive power in the first year of the war, had been bled of its experienced aircrew at Coral Sea, Midway, and Santa Cruz, to a degree that was only beginning to be understood in its full severity by the end of Guadalcanal. Training qualified carrier aviators requires time that cannot be compressed below a practical minimum, and the rate at which Japanese naval aviation was losing experienced flyers was exceeding the rate at which the training system could produce replacements. This was the core strategic attrition of the Guadalcanal campaign, and it was less visible in the immediate battle reports than the ships that went to the bottom. But it was ultimately more significant. The human cost of Guadalcanal deserves a careful treatment because the available figures vary significantly depending on which phase of the campaign is being counted and what categories of death are included. American combat deaths in the naval phase of the campaign. Sailors killed in surface and air engagements on or near the water are generally estimated at more than 5,000. Japanese naval personnel deaths in the same category were comparable or higher. These figures do not include the Army and Marine casualties from the ground campaign, which were substantial on both sides, but are a separate accounting. They do not include the deaths from disease, malaria, dysentery, tropical infections, which on the Japanese side appear to have exceeded combat deaths significantly during the campaign's later months. The full human accounting of Guadalcanal, taken across all categories of death and permanent disability on both sides, is one of those numbers that honest historians present with appropriate uncertainty rather than false precision. The tactical lessons of the Guadalcanal naval campaign were absorbed by the American Navy with a speed and thoroughness that contrasts favorably with the institutional resistance that some American services showed to learning from early failures. The disaster at Savo Island produced, within weeks, a serious analysis of radar integration in night combat command. The lessons from Cape Esperance, both the success and the Duncan incident, and the missed supply convoy, fed directly into revised destroyer employment doctrine. The first night of the naval battle of Guadalcanal generated an intensive review of force composition for night surface engagements that contributed to the decision to commit battleships to the second night. The Battle of Tassafaronga, the most painful late campaign lesson, prompted further revision of torpedo attack doctrine and continued pressure on the torpedo program's quality problems. The Navy that emerged from Guadalcanal in early 1943 was better at fighting at night than the Navy that had gone into those waters in August. The improvement was purchased at high cost, but it was real. The Coast Watcher network, which had contributed to every phase of the campaign without ever firing a weapon or appearing in any battle report, deserves extended acknowledgement in any honest reckoning with Guadalcanal's outcome. These were men, Australian and New Zealand civilians, planters, traders, district officers, who had remained on Japanese-occupied islands when the Japanese advance swept over them, operating concealed radio stations in jungle positions and transmitting reports on Japanese ship and aircraft movements to the Allied command. Without their reports, the early warning available to Henderson Field and to the naval forces in the area would have been dramatically reduced. Several coast watchers were captured and killed during the campaign. The ones who survived did so by moving constantly, by trusting the local Pacific Islander Malay populations, who in most cases protected and supplied them. A dimension of the campaign that involves the indigenous peoples of the Solomon Islands, and that deserves more serious historical attention than popular accounts usually give it. The strategic verdict of Guadalcanal was clear to both sides by the time the evacuation was complete. Japan had committed enormous resources, naval, air, and ground, to holding an island that American forces had landed on before its strategic value had been fully exploited. The airfield, the thing that the whole campaign was about, had been in American hands for virtually the entire period of the campaign after the initial Marine landing. Japan had attempted to retake it by naval bombardment and ground assault, and had failed at both. The American Navy, starting from a position of acute material and tactical disadvantage after the August disasters, had fought its way to a position of surface naval superiority in Iron Bottom Sound by the middle of November. Everything that followed, the continuing attrition of the Japanese garrison, the evacuation, the liberation of the island, followed logically from the outcomes of the November naval battles. What Guadalcanal meant for the broader Pacific War is a question that serious historians have answered with varying degrees of emphasis. The most common assessment, that it was the turning point of the Pacific War, is accurate in the broad strategic sense, but somewhat misleading in the way that turning point language implies a single fulcrum moment. The Pacific War's trajectory was determined by a series of interrelated processes. The American industrial mobilization that was already producing more ships and aircraft than Japan could match. The expansion of the American training pipeline for naval aviators and surface officers. The attrition of Japanese carrier aviation expertise that had been occurring since Coral Sea, and the decision by Japan in the summer of 1942 to contest Guadalcanal in a way that accelerated all of those underlying processes simultaneously. Guadalcanal was not simply a battle that was won. It was a campaign that revealed and accelerated the structural realities of the war in a way that no subsequent Japanese strategic choice could easily reverse. The wreckage on the floor of Iron Bottom Sound today includes ships from both navies. American and Japanese hulls lying sometimes within a few hundred meters of each other in water. That, in the decades since the war, has been colonized by the coral and the marine life that takes no side and keeps no history. Divers who have descended to these wrecks describe the experience in terms that oscillate between the technical, the specific features of a particular class of cruiser, recognizable even through decades of marine growth, and something less easy to categorize, the particular quality of stillness that settles over a place where violent things happened a very long time ago. The ships are accessible in principle. Some are in fairly shallow water. The governments of the Solomon Islands, the United States, and Japan have all designated these wrecks as war graves, which is the correct and appropriate designation for what they are. The men who went down with them, and who went down near them in the water, have not been forgotten by the families who came after them. Even when the specific circumstances of their deaths have been condensed by time into dates and ship names and fleet engagement summaries in reference books, the history of the Battle of Guadalcanal at sea is in the end a history of institutional learning under extreme pressure, of what happens when a navy that has been built around one set of assumptions about how naval warfare works encounters an enemy that has built different assumptions in the same small stretch of water on consecutive nights for 6 months. The Americans entered those waters in August of 1942, believing their radar gave them an advantage they did not yet know how to fully use. They left in February of 1943, having paid a very high price for that education, and carrying with them a set of hard-won competencies in night surface combat that they would apply. Chapter 13. The Men Who Held the Line. Human Stories from Iron Bottom Sound. Every naval campaign, when reduced to operational summaries and fleet engagement reports, risks becoming a history of ships rather than a history of people. The battle reports of the Guadalcanal campaign are full of ship names and course corrections and torpedo ranges and radar contacts and command decisions that shaped the outcome of the war. They are less full of the men who carried those decisions on their bodies, who stood on bridge wings in the dark and made calls with incomplete information, who went into the water when their ships went down, who worked damage control parties through the night on vessels that were on fire and listing, and still somehow afloat. Before we close the accounting of this campaign, we owe some time to the human texture of what happened in those waters. Not because it changes the strategic verdict, but because a history that omits it is missing the part that actually matters most. The sailors who fought in Iron Bottom Sound in the autumn and winter of 1942 were, in their vast majority, young men who had been civilians within the preceding year or two. The peacetime navy of the late 1930s had been a small professional force. The wartime navy of 1942 was being built on a framework of that professional core. stretched across an enormous expansion of ships and men that was drawing on American society at every level. The enlisted men aboard the cruisers and destroyers that fought at Savo Island, at Cape Esperance, at the naval battle of Guadalcanal were mechanics and farmers and students and factory workers who had gone through accelerated training programs and found themselves on the bridge wings and in the engine rooms and at the torpedo mounts of fleet combatants in one of the most demanding operating environments in the world. The speed of their transformation from civilians into combat sailors and the quality of what they produced in those engagements is one of the genuinely remarkable things about the American military experience in the Second World War. The officers who commanded the ships and forces at Guadalcanal carried burdens that the official record only partially captures. Daniel Callaghan, who died on the bridge of USS San Francisco on the night of the 12th to 13th of November, had been one of President Roosevelt's naval aides before the war, a position that had given him access to the highest levels of American political power, but had kept him away from fleet command at a critical period of professional development. His assignment to command the cruiser-destroyer force for the first night of the naval battle of Guadalcanal put him in a position of enormous responsibility with limited recent experience of exactly the kind of tactical problem he was being asked to solve. He went in, anyway, with the force available, against an enemy he knew included battleships his cruisers could not match in a sustained gun duel. The decision to do so, to interpose his force between the Japanese bombardment group and Henderson Field at the cost of his own destruction, if necessary, was not a miscalculation. It was a conscious professional choice about what the situation required. He did not survive it. Henderson Field was still there in the morning. The enlisted men of the cruiser Quincy, sunk on the night of the Savo Island disaster, present a particular human window into what those engagements meant at the individual level. Quincy went down quickly. She was mortally hit within minutes of the first Japanese salvo and sank before most of her crew could fully organize their abandoned ship procedures. The men who went into the water off Savo Island that night were in a situation compounded by the same factors that made all Guadalcanal water rescues terrible: darkness, distance from friendly ships that were themselves damaged, and the presence in those waters of sharks that were drawn by the noise and the blood of the battle. The survivors of Quincy, who were rescued, a fraction of her crew, were recovered by vessels that were themselves still absorbing the reality of what had just happened. The accounts they gave, in the weeks and months after their rescue, of those hours in the water are among the more harrowing primary source materials in the Guadalcanal archive. The damage control parties aboard ships that were hit but survived: USS San Francisco, USS Portland, USS Boise, USS Salt Lake City, USS Pensacola, left records of improvisation and endurance that belong in any serious account of the campaign. Damage control in a warship is, in principle, a highly trained and systematically organized activity. The ship maintains trained parties, pre-positioned equipment, and planned responses to specific categories of damage. In practice, on a ship that has been hit by multiple shells or torpedoes in rapid succession in the dark, with communications disrupted and the command structure partially destroyed, damage control becomes improvisation under the most extreme stress imaginable. The men who kept USS San Francisco afloat and moving after the first night action of the naval battle of Guadalcanal, with her bridge demolished, her flag officer dead, her hull pierced in multiple places, and her crew working through chaos that no training drill could fully replicate, were doing something that the training had prepared them for in framework but not in texture. The framework held. That is the most important thing that can be said about it. The Japanese sailors in these engagements deserve the same quality of human attention And the post-war record, while less accessible to Western readers, contains accounts of equal weight. The crews of the ships of Mikawa's force at Savo Island, who had been at sea for days before the engagement, and who executed a night attack against a superior numbered opponent, with a precision that still impresses analysts studying it 8 decades later, were themselves young men from a society that had been mobilizing for war for longer than the Americans, but at comparable human cost. The Japanese destroyer sailors who ran the Tokyo Express month after month, the men who handled the supply drums in the dark off hostile beaches, who kept their boilers at maximum pressure for hours at a time, who brought their ships down the slot and turned them around under the standing threat of dawn, maintained a professional standard under conditions of sustained operational attrition that any honest military history has to acknowledge. Raizo Tanaka, who commanded the destroyer forces through the most demanding period of the express operations, wrote about the campaign after the war with a directness that distinguishes his account from much of the official Japanese naval history of the period. He was critical of his own command's decisions and of the broader strategic management of the Guadalcanal operation, in ways that required a certain professional courage to commit to print. He was also honest about the tactical quality of his own destroyer crews, in terms that were neither boastful nor falsely modest. The tone of a professional who knows exactly what his people were capable of and what it cost them to be capable of it. His transfer from command in December of 1942, in the middle of the campaign he had been central to sustaining, is one of the more pointed examples in the Guadalcanal record of how institutional friction and personal disputes within a command structure can remove effective officers at the moments they are most needed. The medical dimension of Guadalcanal, on both sides, ashore and afloat, is a part of the campaign's human story that tends to be compressed in popular accounts into a few sentences about malaria and dysentery. The compression does a disservice to what was actually happening. The rate of malaria infection among American forces on Guadalcanal reached levels that, at certain points in the campaign, meant that more men were falling sick each week than were being wounded in combat. The pharmacological tools available to treat malaria in 1942, primarily quinine and atabrine, were imperfect, and the compliance rates with atabrine in particular were complicated by the drug's side effects and by rumors circulating among the troops that it caused sterility, which it did not, but which no amount of medical officer communication could entirely suppress. The men who were evacuated from Guadalcanal on medical grounds during and after the campaign carried parasites that would cause recurring malarial attacks for years. The long-term health consequences of the campaign extended well beyond the last day of fighting. The nurses and medical personnel who served on the hospital ships and in the forward surgical facilities near Guadalcanal during the campaign operated in conditions that their training had prepared them for in general outline, but not in specific volume or duration. The surgical caseload following the major naval battles, the nights of the first and second naval battles of Guadalcanal in November, the aftermath of Cape Esperance, the survivors of the Savo Island disaster, arrived in quantities and in conditions of severity that required medical improvisation at every level. The accounts left by medical officers who worked those cases describe the kind of clinical efficiency under extreme stress that those who have experienced it often find difficult to communicate to those who have not. The machinery of military medicine during the Guadalcanal campaign worked imperfectly under conditions for which it had not been designed, kept functional by professionals who understood that imperfect function was better than no function. The last human story in this chapter is not about any individual whose name appears in battle reports. It is about the Solomon Islander populations of the islands around Guadalcanal. The people who had been living on those islands before any navy in the world knew their names, who became guides and stretcher bearers, and Coast Watch supporters and intelligence sources, and in some cases, rescuers of downed pilots and shipwrecked sailors from both sides. Their role in the campaign has been documented in the historical literature in ways that are still, arguably, insufficient to its actual significance. When American pilots went down in the jungle or in the water around the islands, it was frequently Solomon Islanders who found them, protected them from Japanese patrols, fed them, and guided them back to Allied lines or to Coast Watcher stations. The relationship between the American and Australian military forces and the Solomon Islander populations was not without its complications. The demands that military operations placed on civilian populations in active combat zones never are. But the contribution that those populations made to the Allied campaign at Guadalcanal was real, sustained, and insufficiently honored in the official histories that were written in the years immediately after the war. Chapter 14: Why Guadalcanal Changed the Pacific War. By the spring of 1943, the strategic geography of the Pacific had been fundamentally rearranged by what had happened at Guadalcanal over the preceding 6 months. The change was not immediately dramatic in visual terms. Guadalcanal itself remained the same jungle-covered island it had always been, and the airfield at Henderson Field, expanded and improved by American engineers, looked more like a proper military installation than a wartime improvisation, but was still recognizably a derivative of the coral strip that Japanese construction crews had been grading when the Marines came ashore in August. What had changed was invisible in the landscape. It was in the disposition of forces, the confidence of commanders, the morale of garrisons, and the industrial arithmetic that both sides were now running through with increasing clarity. Japan had fought its best naval fight at Guadalcanal and had not won. That fact, that specific, concrete, documented fact, was the foundation of everything that followed in the Pacific War. The Allied offensive up the Solomon Islands chain that began in the spring of 1943. The New Georgia Campaign, the seizure of Bougainville, the progressive isolation of Rabaul, was made possible by the outcome at Guadalcanal in ways that are both obvious and subtle. The obvious way is the straightforward one. Guadalcanal gave the Allies a base from which to project air power and naval force northward up the Solomons, jumping from island to island, cutting off Japanese garrisons rather than fighting through them, using the air umbrella provided by captured and built airfields to make the next island seizure feasible. This strategy, sometimes called island hopping, a term that both simplifies and slightly distorts the actual operational logic, was practiced at Guadalcanal before it was formalized as doctrine. The lesson learned at Henderson Field in the autumn of 1942 was that an airfield in the right location was worth more than a ground force 5 times its size. That lesson organized American strategy in the Pacific for the next 2 years. The subtler way in which Guadalcanal shaped the subsequent war was through its effect on Japanese strategic decision-making. After Guadalcanal, Japan faced a fundamental question that it never satisfactorily resolved: where to draw the defensive perimeter that would be held at all costs. The original defensive perimeter, the one that Japanese planners had drawn in late 1941 and early 1942 to define the outer boundary of the empire's new acquisitions, had included the Solomons, New Guinea, and a vast arc of islands across the central and western Pacific. Guadalcanal had demonstrated that this perimeter could be breached by Allied forces operating with the industrial backing of the United States, and that breaches in the perimeter was costing Japan more in irreplaceable naval and air assets than the value of the territory being defended. The alternative, drawing a shorter, more defensible inner perimeter and accepting the loss of the outer territories, was strategically rational but politically and institutionally very difficult for Japanese military leaders to endorse. The resulting ambiguity produced a defense that was neither fully committed to holding everything nor fully concentrated on holding the most important things. The carrier air war after Guadalcanal unfolded in a way that reflected the accumulated attrition of the Japanese carrier aviation program. By mid-1943, the Japanese carriers that remained operational were carrying air groups whose average experience level was dramatically lower than the force that had attacked Pearl Harbor, or even the force that had fought at Santa Cruz. The replacement pilots being produced by the Japanese training system were being graduated faster than the training program could make them fully ready for combat operations. A product of the institutional decision to sacrifice depth of training for volume of output in response to the attrition rates of the preceding year. This was not a secret from the Japanese naval leadership. There are documents in the post-war record showing that senior Japanese aviation officers were aware of the declining experience level of their carrier air groups and were concerned about what it meant for the fleet's offensive capability. The concern was accurate. The Marianas Campaign of June 1944, in which Japanese carrier air groups were effectively destroyed by American forces in what American aviators called the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, was the terminal result of the attrition process that had begun at Coral Sea, accelerated at Midway, and been sustained at Guadalcanal and afterward. The American Navy's night surface warfare capability, so comprehensively outclassed at Savo Island in August, had, by the end of the Guadalcanal campaign, been transformed into something genuinely competitive. The mechanisms of that transformation were partly technological. Better radar systems, better integration of radar into fire control, and partly organizational and doctrinal. The command and staff work needed to coordinate a multi-ship force in a night engagement, using radar as the primary sensor, was a set of skills that had been essentially absent from American surface warfare practice in August of 1942, and was substantially present by February of 1943. The battles that confirmed this capability, most dramatically the second night of the naval battle of Guadalcanal, when USS Washington used her radar to engage and sink a Japanese battleship, were themselves the product of the preceding battle's lessons. The Navy that learned from Savo Island, even at the cost of subsequent defeats at Tassafaronga, was developing a combat capability that would prove decisive in the later surface engagements of the Pacific War. Empress Augusta Bay, the Philippine Sea, Leyte Gulf. The role of logistics in the Guadalcanal campaign's outcome is one of those topics that military historians sometimes treat as too technical for a general account, but which is actually the deepest story in the campaign, if you are willing to follow it. Japan's inability to adequately supply its garrison on Guadalcanal was not primarily a failure of tactical nerve or operational planning. It was a product of strategic overextension, of being committed to a defensive perimeter so large that the logistical infrastructure required to sustain it in the face of active Allied opposition exceeded what Japan's merchant marine and naval transport capacity could provide. The barrel drop system of the Tokyo Express, however tactically clever, was a symptom of this underlying problem rather than a solution to it. It could keep men barely alive. It could not sustain a fighting force capable of offensive operations against a garrison that was being supplied by an industrial economy 3 times Japan's size. The logistical verdict of Guadalcanal was determined by the underlying economics of the two belligerents, and no amount of tactical brilliance in the slot at night could reverse it. The air campaign at Guadalcanal, which ran continuously from early August of 1942 to the campaign's end in February of 1943, consumed Japanese air power in a way that the naval and ground battles sometimes overshadow. The daily and near-daily air attacks on Henderson Field from Rabaul, combined with the American air defense operations and the strikes that Henderson Field aircraft launched against Japanese shipping and bases, constituted a sustained attritional air campaign that the available records suggest cost Japan more than 800 aircraft over the course of the campaign. The American losses were also substantial. The difference in the two sides' ability to replace those losses was the air campaign's strategic verdict. American aircraft and pilots were being produced and trained in volumes that Japanese production could not match, and the replacement American pilots arriving at Henderson Field, while not individually as experienced as the veterans they were supplementing, were coming in a stream that did not diminish. The Japanese replacement stream was thinner and getting thinner. The Coast Watcher system, the intelligence networks, the signals exploitation program, all of the non-combat dimensions of the Allied effort at Guadalcanal deserve a position in the strategic assessment that they rarely receive in accounts that focus on the kinetic engagements. The ability to give Henderson Field's aircraft 20 to 30 minutes of warning before a Japanese air attack arrived. The typical product of a Coast Watcher sighting and report from one of the islands along the Japanese approach route, translated directly into the operational life of the Cactus Air Force. Aircraft that are scrambled and at altitude when attackers arrive survive at higher rates than aircraft caught on the ground or at low altitude during a surprise attack. The aggregate effect of those warning times over 6 months of daily air operations was a significant multiplier on the combat effectiveness of the Cactus Air Force, one that is difficult to quantify precisely, but whose absence would have materially shortened the operational life of Henderson Field's aircraft. The final strategic calculation of the Guadalcanal campaign is this: Japan entered the campaign attempting to defend a position it had only just established against an opponent that had attacked before it was fully prepared to defend. Japan fought that campaign with skill at the tactical level, with determination at the operational level, and with a fundamental strategic miscalculation at the command level. The miscalculation being that the attrition required to hold Guadalcanal was sustainable in terms of Japan's overall naval and air resource base. It was not sustainable. The United States entered the campaign with an underprepared force, a catastrophic early defeat, and a commitment to holding what it had seized that was driven as much by the political impossibility of retreat as by strategic confidence. The United States sustained that commitment, absorbed the early losses, built its tactical capability through the experience of fighting, and applied the industrial advantage that its economy made possible. That combination, initial commitment despite unpreparedness, learning from costly failure, sustained industrial application, is the core of what Guadalcanal demonstrates about how the United States Navy fought and won the Pacific War. Chapter 15: The Long Silence. Guadalcanal's legacy 60 years after the campaign ended. A research team working with underwater survey equipment mapped portions of Iron Bottom Sound in detail, sufficient to identify specific wrecks by their profiles against the acoustic picture of the seabed. The results confirmed what divers and previous surveys had established in general terms, but refined in specifics. The floor of that confined body of water between Guadalcanal and Florida Island is a concentration of warship wrecks without parallel in any comparable area of the world's oceans. The cruisers are there. The destroyers are there. The transports are there. Some wrecks are intact enough that their names, painted on their sterns before they sailed for the last time, are still legible through the growth of decades. Some are broken up by the explosions that sank them. scattered across the bottom in a pattern that reflects the mechanics of catastrophic sinking rather than the geometries of formation steaming. All of them are graves, designated as such under international maritime law, and treated as such by the governments that have jurisdiction over them, and by the divers and researchers who work in those waters today. The Solomon Islands themselves, the archipelago that gave the Guadalcanal campaign its geographic setting, emerged from the war in a condition that the colonial powers who had administered them before 1941 were not, initially, well positioned to address. The fighting had displaced populations, destroyed infrastructure, introduced diseases and weapons, and foreign military presences in volumes that a small island chain had no precedent for absorbing. The Solomons gained independence from Britain in 1978, a process that unfolded across the same decades in which the veterans of the Guadalcanal campaign were aging and, one by one, carrying their memories out of the world. The relationship between the independent Solomon Islands and the Presented campaign, fought on their soil and in their waters, is complex. A mixture of local memory, tourism infrastructure built around the wrecks and the battlefield sites, and a historiographical tradition that has been dominated by American, Australian, and Japanese accounts, rather than by the perspectives of people whose ancestors lived through the campaign as the ground-level witnesses and participants that most accounts undervalue. The veterans of Guadalcanal, American, Australian, Japanese, and Solomon Islander, are no longer alive in any significant numbers. The last of them were very old men by the early years of this century, and the attrition of time has been as comprehensive, if more gradual, than the attrition of Iron Bottom Sound. What they left behind, in addition to the physical evidence at the bottom of the sound, is a corpus of oral history, written memoir, official testimony, and informal recollection that is among the richest primary source bases of any campaign in the Pacific War. The oral history projects conducted with Guadalcanal veterans in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, by the National World War II Museum, by university oral history programs, by regimental and ships associations, by documentary filmmakers, and by individual researchers, produced a record of personal experience that compensates, in some measure, for the clinical distance of operational summaries. What those records convey most consistently, across the different national traditions and the different branches of service, is a memory of intensity, of the specific quality of experience at Guadalcanal that distinguished it, in the minds of those who were there, from anything that came before or after. The historiography of the Guadalcanal campaign has gone through several distinct phases in the 8 decades since the campaign ended. The immediate post-war official histories, American, Australian, and Japanese, were written under constraints of classification, institutional reputation, and national sensitivity that shaped what could be said and how. The American official history by Samuel Eliot Morrison, published in the volume covering the Guadalcanal campaign in 1949, remains a foundational reference, but was written before much of the Japanese documentation became available, and before American classification restrictions permitted discussion of signals intelligence. The subsequent wave of campaign histories, beginning in the 1960s and continuing through the 1980s, had access to a wider documentary base and produced accounts that were more analytically complete. The scholarly literature of the last 25 years has pushed further into the Japanese records, into the Solomon Islander perspective, into the medical and logistical dimensions that earlier popular accounts had treated as secondary, and the cumulative result is a much more complete and considerably more complicated picture than the one available to the first post-war generation of readers. The tactical lessons of Guadalcanal found their way into American naval doctrine in ways that were both formal and informal. The formal pathways were the after-action reports, the fleet tactical bulletins, the revised editions of standard naval publications on surface warfare tactics, and the curricula of the Naval War College and the service schools where officers were trained. The informal pathways were perhaps more important. The officers who had fought at Savo Island, at Cape Esperance, at the naval battle of Guadalcanal, and at Tassafaronga, and who subsequently commanded ships and task forces later in the war, carried those experiences with them as a kind of professional formation that no document could fully replicate. When Willis Lee commanded carrier task forces in the Central Pacific later in the war, his conduct of those commands reflected the specific lessons he had absorbed from the second night of the naval battle of Guadalcanal. When Arleigh Burke, who had not himself fought at Guadalcanal, but who had absorbed its lessons as a destroyer squadron commander, preparing for the subsequent Solomon Islands campaign, led his destroyers at the Battle of Cape St. George in November of 1943, the tactical philosophy he employed drew directly from the hard experience of what had and had not worked in Iron Bottom Sound. The Japanese Navy's experience of Guadalcanal produced its own lessons, some of which were absorbed and some of which the institutional culture resisted. The evidence that American radar was becoming operationally decisive in night surface combat was available in the Japanese records from the second night of the naval battle of Guadalcanal. The Washington's fire control radar had produced a result that could not be explained by visual gunnery. Japanese naval engineers were aware that their ships lacked comparable equipment, and development programs were accelerated. But the pace of Japanese radar development never closed the gap with American equipment to a degree that altered the operational balance in subsequent night actions. The torpedo advantage that had been Japan's most consistent tactical asset in the early Guadalcanal engagements remained real through the end of the war. But the operational contexts in which it could be decisive, confined waters, close ranges, Japanese force approaching undetected, became progressively harder to achieve as American radar and tactical doctrine improved. The connection between Guadalcanal and the subsequent American offensive across the Pacific is visible in the force structure that the United States deployed in the Great Central Pacific campaigns of 1943 and 44. The fast carrier task forces that swept across the Central Pacific, striking the Gilberts, the Marshalls, the Marianas, Formosa, the Philippine Sea, were built on a framework of experience and institutional knowledge that the Guadalcanal campaign had helped create. The carrier admirals who led those campaigns had watched what happened at Santa Cruz, had absorbed what the Cactus Air Force had demonstrated about the relationship between land-based air power and surface naval operations, and had built their tactical conceptions accordingly. The doctrine of keeping carriers mobile, keeping the combat air patrol strong, integrating the surface screen into a coherent defensive architecture around the carriers. All of these were responses to lessons visible in the Guadalcanal record. The question that sometimes arises in popular discussions of the Pacific War: could Japan have won at Guadalcanal, and would it have mattered, is worth addressing with the seriousness it deserves, rather than the dismissiveness it sometimes receives. The answer to the first part is yes, under specific counterfactual conditions, Japan could have held Guadalcanal or retaken it. If Mikawa had attacked the transports at Savo Island, if the carrier force had not withdrawn before the transports were fully unloaded, if the Henderson Field bombardment of mid-October had been followed immediately by the planned ground assault before the Cactus Air Force could be reconstituted, if the November battleship bombardment had been completed rather than turned back by Callahan's cruisers, Any one of these different outcomes might have produced a different result at the campaign level. The answer to the second part, would it have mattered, is more complicated because the industrial imbalance between Japan and the United States was not something that a single campaign victory could reverse. A Japanese success at Guadalcanal would have extended the war, would have cost more lives on both sides, would have required the Americans inside to mount another Guadalcanal equivalent campaign somewhere else in the Pacific. It would not have changed the fundamental trajectory of the war, because that trajectory was determined by factors: industrial capacity, manpower base, petroleum supply, strategic depth, that no tactical outcome in the Solomons could permanently alter. The memorial landscape of Guadalcanal today reflects the multiple layers of the campaign's significance. The American Memorial at Henderson Field, now Honiara International Airport, stands near the place where the Marine perimeter ran in August of 1942. Japanese memorials exist at various points around the island, marking positions where units fought and where men died in numbers too large for individual commemoration. The Solomon Islands government has maintained a policy toward the wartime sites that balances the practical demands of a developing nation's infrastructure against the historical and cultural significance of what those sites represent. The wrecks in Iron Bottom Sound attract divers from around the world, and the tourism economy of the Solomon Islands is partly built on the legacy of what happened in those waters. The relationship between the violence of the past and the economic needs of the present is not one that resolves itself into a clean moral geometry, but one that the Solomon Islands, like many societies that became battlegrounds in other people's wars, has been navigating with considerable practical wisdom. The final word on Guadalcanal does not belong to any fleet engagement summary or strategic assessment or post-war analysis. It belongs to the water. Iron Bottom Sound is not, in the physical sense, remarkable. It is a patch of tropical sea, warm and clear at the surface, darkening to blue-black at depth, bounded by the green mass of Guadalcanal to the south and the smaller islands to the north. Boats cross it regularly. Fishermen work its edges. The world has been turning above it for more than 80 years since the last warship went down, and it has received all of those years the way all deep water receives time, without commentary, without preference, without the particular human need to assign meaning to what has been deposited in it. Meaning is something the living assign to things the dead have left. Iron Bottom Sound holds the ships. We hold the meaning. And the obligation that comes with holding it is to remember not just the strategic verdict or the tactical analysis, but the specific, irreducible human cost of 6 months in those waters, paid equally and finally by men who were, before the war made them enemies, simply young men who had not asked for any of it. This has been the complete history of the Battle of Guadalcanal at sea. If this documentary reached you in the small hours, in the quiet of a long night, then you have spent those hours in the company of one of the most consequential naval campaigns in modern history. Thank you for staying with it to the end. If the story moved you, share it with someone who values history told with care. And if you want more long-form naval and military history, subscribe, because there is more where this came from, and it will always be made for people who still believe that the details matter. Chapter 16. The Admirals. Command under impossible pressure. There is a particular kind of loneliness that belongs to flag officers in combat, a loneliness that has nothing to do with physical isolation, and everything to do with the weight of decisions that cannot be shared downward and cannot be reversed once made. The admirals of the Guadalcanal campaign operated under a version of that loneliness that was compounded by the specific conditions of the South Pacific in 1942. Inadequate intelligence, marginal communications, forces that were too small for the tasks assigned to them, and a command structure that was still working out, in real time and at high cost, how the American Navy fought a modern war. The men who bore flag rank during those 6 months in Iron Bottom's Sound were not a homogeneous group. Some were professional survivors who adapted quickly. Some were professional casualties who were replaced before the campaign ended. Some died on their bridges. What they shared was the condition of being responsible for outcomes they could not fully control. In a theatre where the margin for error was approximately zero, Frank Jack Fletcher commanded the carrier force for the initial landings in August, and his decision to withdraw the carriers after less than 48 hours remains the single most debated command decision of the early campaign. The historiographical verdict on Fletcher has swung back and forth across the decades. From the harsh immediate judgment that his withdrawal abandoned the Marines on the beach, to the more sympathetic, revisionist reading that he was following reasonable risk management principles, given the threat environment and the carrier losses of Coral Sea and Midway. The truth, as is usually the case when historians argue at length about a single decision, is that both readings capture something real. Fletcher was not reckless with his carriers because he knew, better than almost anyone in the American Navy, how irreplaceable they were at that moment in the war. He was also withdrawing at a moment when the operational need for his air cover had not yet been fulfilled. The carrier withdrawal enabled the Savo Island disaster. The Savo Island disaster might not have changed the final outcome of the campaign, but it changed what the Marines on Guadalcanal endured for the next 6 months. And that is a cost that the command decision analysis cannot entirely absorb. Richmond Kelly Turner, the amphibious commander, is one of the more vivid personalities in the Guadalcanal record, and his presence in the documents, in the after-action reports, in the correspondence between officers, in the later memoirs of men who served with and under him, is larger than his rank alone would suggest. Turner was abrasive, demanding, and frequently right about operational matters, in ways that made his abrasiveness difficult to dismiss. His management of the logistics crisis after the carrier withdrawal, keeping his transports in Savo Sound an extra day under the threat of air attack, making the hardest possible use of every hour available before he had to move the fleet, reflected a professional judgment that was sound, even if its execution was imperfect. His relationship with Vandergrift, who needed more supplies than Turner could deliver, was characterized by a mutual respect that both men acknowledged was operating under severe strain. The officers who worked between them, carrying requests and responses that neither man wanted to soften for the other's benefit, had jobs that required diplomatic skills not listed in any naval personnel specification. Robert Gormley, the South Pacific Area Commander for the first 3 months of the campaign, is the figure in the Guadalcanal command story who most consistently draws sympathetic reassessment from serious historians and most consistently draws harsh judgment from popular accounts. Gormley was an intelligent and well-regarded officer who had been in the job for only a few months when the landings began, who was managing a theatre that stretched across thousands of miles of ocean with resources that were genuinely insufficient for the strategic task, and who was doing so under the kind of sustained operational stress that tends to compress the psychological margin available for optimism. His communications to Nimitz during September and October of 1942 were, by the standards of naval reporting, unusually candid about the precariousness of the Allied position. Candid enough that Nimitz, who valued accurate reporting but also needed his theatre commanders to project confidence downward, began to worry that Gormley's own assessment of the situation was becoming an operational problem. The replacement of Gormley by Halsey on the 18th of October was handled as professionally as such things can be handled. but it was still, for Gormley, a public judgment of his capacity that he carried for the rest of his career. William Halsey's arrival at Noumea on the 18th of October is one of those moments that everyone who was there later remembered with unusual clarity. The kind of clarity that suggests the arrival answered a need they had not fully articulated. Halsey read the situation files, walked the docks, spoke with the officers who briefed him, and decided in a matter of days that the campaign could be turned around. Whether his confidence was fully warranted by the evidence available to him is a question that historians who are honest about the tactical situation in mid-October of 1942 tend to answer carefully. The evidence available in mid-October suggested a very difficult strategic situation. What Halsey brought was not primarily new information or new resources. Both took time to arrive. What he brought was a disposition toward offensive action and a public manner that projected certainty in circumstances that did not fully justify certainty. In the specific psychology of a command structure that had been absorbing defeats for 2 months, that disposition had an operational effect that is not easily quantified, but is consistently reported by the people who experienced it. Norman Scott, who commanded the American force at Cape Esperance and died on the bridge of USS Atlanta on the first night of the naval battle of Guadalcanal, represents a particular type in the Guadalcanal commander gallery. The officer who had drawn the right lessons from earlier engagements, had drilled his force to apply those lessons, had achieved a genuine tactical success at Cape Esperance, and was then killed in the next engagement before that expertise could be further applied. Scott had, in the weeks before Cape Esperance, done what the command culture of the early Guadalcanal period most needed and least produced. He had thought carefully about a specific tactical problem, designed a training program to address it, and practiced it with his ships until he had reasonable confidence they could execute it. The result at Cape Esperance was imperfect but positive. His death at the naval battle of Guadalcanal removed from the American surface force one of the officers who had most demonstrably understood how to fight at night, at a moment when that understanding was the most valuable thing in the South Pacific. Daniel Callahan, who died on the same night, a few miles away, presents a companion study in the costs of a command culture that prioritized seniority over specific competence in specific operational environments. Callahan outranked Scott by a matter of days of seniority, and therefore commanded the force on the first night of the naval battle of Guadalcanal. Despite Scott having more recent experience of exactly the type of action being undertaken, this is not to suggest that the seniority system was uniquely responsible for the outcome of the first night. The tactical situation that night was one that would have challenged any commander given the force composition and the intelligence picture. But the principle that the most relevant expertise, rather than the most seniority, should determine command assignments in specific operational contexts was a lesson that the Guadalcanal command record repeatedly illustrated, and that the Navy's organizational culture was only gradually willing to fully incorporate. Callahan's personal courage on the night of his death was unambiguous and was recognized in the posthumous Medal of Honor he received. It is possible to honor that courage fully and still observe that the command arrangement that night was not optimal. Willis Lee stands at the opposite end of the first night, second night comparison as the figure whose specific competencies were matched to the specific operational requirement. Lee was an exceptional gunnery officer. He had won gold medals in rifle shooting at the 1920 Antwerp Olympics, a biographical detail that tends to appear in every account of him, and that is genuinely indicative of a precision-oriented cast of professional mind. His management of the second night engagement, holding fire until his radar gave him a solid fire control solution, opening with Washington's 16-inch battery against a target she had detected, but not yet seen, maintaining disciplined fire through a tactical situation that included his own destroyers being destroyed in the van, reflected the specific integration of technology and doctrine and command temperament that the first knight had lacked. He was not a charismatic figure in the Halsey mode. His effect on the outcome of the second night of the naval battle of Guadalcanal was, by any reasonable analysis, as significant as anything that happened in the campaign. The Japanese admirals of the Guadalcanal campaign are less completely documented in the Western historical literature, partly for obvious reasons of language and access, and partly because the Japanese official history of the campaign was written under post-war constraints that shaped what could be said about senior officers still living. Gunichi Mikawa, who commanded at Savo Island, made the most consequential tactical decision of the early campaign, the decision to turn north without attacking the transports, and spent the rest of the war in positions that never again placed him at the center of events in the same way. His decision at Savo Island has been studied by naval historians as a model of the gap between tactical execution and strategic exploitation. Mikawa executed brilliantly up to the moment of decision, and then chose the tactically conservative option at the moment when strategic boldness was available. Whether a different choice would have ended the Guadalcanal campaign before it began is a question. The counterfactual literature has engaged with, at length, the professional analysis as opposed to the dramatic narrative, acknowledges that he made the decision he made with the information he had, and that the information he had, crucially, the false belief that the American carriers were still in the area, made his choice more defensible than it appears in hindsight. Raizo Tanaka, the destroyer admiral, who ran the Tokyo Express through its most demanding months, produced in his post-war readings one of the most candid Japanese accounts of the campaign from the operational level. His assessments of the strategic management of the Guadalcanal operation by the Japanese High Command, of the failure to commit adequate force at the decisive moment, of the institutional competition between the Army and Navy that prevented coherent resource allocation, of the gap between what was being demanded of the destroyer force and what the destroyer force could operationally achieve, are remarkable for their directness in a military culture that did not typically encourage public criticism of senior command decisions. His removal from command in December of 1942, while the campaign was still in its final phase, was the product of a dispute over the handling of an earlier action that had institutional roots extending beyond the specific tactical disagreement. The Navy that had relied on Tanaka's destroyers so completely for so long managed the politics of his departure in a way that reflected less credit on the institution than on the officer who left. Chapter 17. The ships, what they were, and what they could do. The ships of the Guadalcanal naval campaign were not abstractions. They were physical objects of specific dimensions and specific capabilities, built in specific shipyards to specific design specifications by engineers, who had made specific calculations about what they were building and what it was for. Understanding what those ships were, what they could do, what they could absorb, what they could not survive, is not a technical exercise separate from the human story of the campaign. It is part of the same story. A heavy cruiser that goes to the bottom of Iron Bottom Sound goes there because of something that happened at the intersection of a torpedo's performance envelope, a ship's armor arrangement, and a flooding response that worked or did not work in the minutes after impact. The men who were trying to save the ship were working within constraints that the ship's designers had set years before anyone had heard of Guadalcanal. The American heavy cruisers that bore the brunt of the Guadalcanal surface engagements were primarily ships of the New Orleans and Northampton classes, vessels displacing between 9,000 and 12,000 tons, carrying main batteries of 8-inch guns in 3 or 4 turrets, protected by armor belts and deck armor designed against shell fire at medium combat ranges. Their torpedo protection was, by the standards of 1942 naval design, modest. The underwater defense systems of American treaty cruisers had been constrained by the Washington and London naval treaties of the 1920s and 30s, which had placed limits on total displacement that forced designers to balance armament, protection, and speed in ways that left no comfortable margin for any one element. The practical result was cruisers that were well armed, reasonably fast, and somewhat vulnerable to torpedo hits, particularly in the engineering spaces, where flooding could rapidly affect the ship's ability to maintain speed and power. The Type 93 Long Lance torpedo, running at depths and with warhead charges that exceeded American design assumptions, found the vulnerable zones of American cruiser hulls repeatedly through the Guadalcanal campaign. The Japanese heavy cruisers that Mikawa brought to Savo Island, and that appeared in subsequent engagements, were ships of the Furutaka, Aoba, Miyoko, and Takao classes, somewhat heavier on average than their American counterparts, carrying similar 8-inch main batteries, and benefiting from the Japanese practice of retrofitting their cruisers with considerably more torpedo armament than American cruiser doctrine considered appropriate for the type. The presence of multiple above-water torpedo tubes on Japanese heavy cruisers, capable of firing the Long Lance, gave Japanese cruisers an offensive weapon system that American cruiser commanders consistently underestimated or failed to account for in their tactical planning. The Japanese cruiser design philosophy accepted somewhat higher top weight in exchange for this torpedo capability, and the resulting stability margins in some classes were less comfortable than American designers would have preferred. But in the specific tactical context of the Guadalcanal night engagements, the torpedo capability proved far more decisive than the stability margin concern. The destroyers of both navies were the ships that appeared in every engagement, and that bore the sustained operational burden of the campaign more completely than any other type. American destroyers at Guadalcanal were primarily of the Gleaves and Benson classes, ships of roughly 2,000 tons displacement, carrying 5 5-inch guns and 10 torpedo tubes, capable of sustained speeds of 35 to 37 knots in good sea conditions. They were competent ships, well built, and their crews became increasingly skilled at the specific demands of South Pacific destroyer operations as the campaign progressed. Their Japanese counterparts, principally the Fubuki, Kagero, and Yugumo classes, were, at the time of Guadalcanal, among the most capable destroyers in the world. The Fubuki class, introduced in the late 1920s, had been a quantum leap in destroyer design. Larger, faster, more heavily armed, and carrying the Long Lance torpedo in a way that made Japanese destroyers genuinely dangerous to larger ships in the night fighting situations the Guadalcanal campaign kept producing. The gap between Japanese and American destroyer capability in August of 1942 was real, and it was not entirely closed by February of 1943. Though the Americans had narrowed it considerably through better tactics and the introduction of the new Fletcher-class destroyers. The battleships that appeared in the campaign, Japanese and American, deserve individual attention because their involvement in the Guadalcanal engagements represented a departure from the strategic calculus that both navies had been applying to their most valuable capital ships. The Japanese battleships Hiei and Kirishima that fought in the naval battle of Guadalcanal were ships of the Congo class, originally built as battle cruisers in Britain before the First World War, and subsequently rebuilt and reclassified as fast battleships. They displaced roughly 31,000 tons in their rebuilt configurations, carried 14-inch guns in 4 twin turrets, and were fast enough, around 30 knots, to operate with carrier forces. Their armor, as noted earlier, was configured to defeat 14-inch shellfire at normal battle ranges and was not designed for the close-range 8-inch cruiser fire and 16-inch battleship fire they encountered in Iron Bottom Sound. USS Washington, which engaged Kirishima on the second night, was a North Carolina-class fast battleship commissioned in 1941. A modern vessel of 37,000 tons, carrying 9 16-inch guns, with fire control systems and armor that represented the state of American battleship design at the beginning of the war. The asymmetry between her fire control capability, enhanced by the SG radar, and Kirishima's lack of any comparable system, was the decisive technical fact of their encounter. The carriers that participated in the Guadalcanal campaign, USS Saratoga, Enterprise, Wasp, and Hornet on the American side, and Shokaku, Zuikaku, Junyo, and Zuiho on the Japanese side at Santa Cruz, were ships whose design represented the distillation of 2 decades of naval aviation development. The American carriers of the Yorktown class, Enterprise and Hornet, displaced roughly 20,000 tons and carried air groups of approximately 80 to 90 aircraft in their wartime configurations. Their flight decks were wooden planking over a steel framework, a design choice that made them somewhat more repairable than steel deck carriers after bomb hits, but also somewhat more vulnerable to fire. USS Hornet's loss at Santa Cruz, the result of multiple bomb and torpedo hits, combined with at least 2 deliberate aircraft ramming attacks by damaged Japanese pilots, illustrated both the vulnerability of carriers in sustained air attack and the determination of Japanese naval aviators who considered their mission completed when their aircraft were no longer capable of returning to their ship. The Japanese carriers at Santa Cruz were ships of broadly comparable capability, though the Junyo was a converted civilian vessel whose flight deck and hangar arrangements were less efficient than the purpose-built fleet carriers. The PT boats of Motor Torpedo Boat Squadron 3, operating from Tulagi throughout the campaign, were at the opposite end of the size spectrum from the battleships and carriers, but were present in every phase of the naval campaign and deserve a technical note in any complete account of the ships that fought there. The Elko and Higgins boats that equipped the squadron were approximately 24 meters long, powered by 3 Packard Marine gasoline engines, developing roughly 4,000 horsepower total, capable of speeds approaching 40 knots in calm water and considerably less in the South Pacific chop. They carried 4 Mark 8 torpedoes and a variety of automatic weapons, and their night operations in the narrow waters around Guadalcanal were conducted with a combination of tactical improvisation and genuine physical courage that their modest tactical effectiveness does not adequately reflect. The torpedo reliability problems that plagued the Mark 8 compounded the difficulty of operating small, fast, highly visible boats against Japanese destroyers whose crews had good binoculars and light-caliber automatic weapons that were very effective against the PT boats' wooden hulls and unprotected gasoline tanks. The boats were aggressive and willing. The weapons they carried let them down repeatedly. The logistics ships, the transports, the cargo vessels, the oilers, the ammunition ships that supplied both sides throughout the campaign were as operationally important as any combatant and almost entirely absent from the narrative of the campaign in popular accounts. The American transport fleet that landed the 1st Marine Division in August carried, in its cargo holds and on its weather decks, the entire material basis of the garrison's ability to fight. The Japanese transports that attempted to deliver the 38th Division in November carried the ground forces on whose success the entire Japanese operational plan depended. The vulnerability of those transport ships to air attack, demonstrated conclusively on the 14th and 15th of November, when 6 of 11 Japanese transports were sunk by Henderson Field aircraft before they reached the island, was not an accident of the specific tactical situation, but a reflection of the fundamental fact that large, slow, heavily loaded transport ships cannot survive in waters dominated by land-based aircraft without naval air cover. That fact, demonstrated at Guadalcanal, organized Allied amphibious operational planning for the rest of the Pacific War. The damage control capabilities of the ships on both sides were tested in the Guadalcanal engagements, beyond anything that peacetime training could fully anticipate. The American Navy's damage control doctrine was, by the standards of the era, well developed. American warships carried substantial damage control equipment, trained damage control parties, and had access to repair facilities at Noumea, Espiritu Santo, and Pearl Harbor that could restore damaged ships to combat effectiveness within weeks or months, depending on the severity of their wounds. USS San Francisco, hit by multiple large-caliber shells on the first night of the naval battle of Guadalcanal, was repaired and returned to service. USS Portland, struck by a torpedo that damaged her steering and left her turning in circles in Iron Bottom Sound on the same night, was taken under tow and eventually repaired. The ability to recover damaged ships was itself a strategic asset. Every cruiser brought back to operational status was one that did not have to be replaced from the building program. The Japanese Navy's repair capacity was more constrained, both in terms of physical facilities and in terms of the overall industrial base available to sustain it. And the cumulative effect of that constraint became more visible as the war continued. The final technical observation about the ships of the Guadalcanal campaign is one that sits at the intersection of engineering and history, and it concerns what the wrecks on the floor of Iron Bottom Sound can still tell us about what happened to them. Modern underwater archaeology and naval architectural analysis, applied to wrecks that are accessible in water, ranging from roughly 20 to roughly 700 meters of depth, has produced findings that occasionally revise or refine what the documentary record established about specific engagements. The pattern of damage visible on a wreck, the location and angle of torpedo penetrations, the distribution of shell hits, the manner in which flooding progressed, can, in principle, be read against the battle reports to confirm, qualify, or in some cases, contradict the official account of how a specific ship was lost. This kind of forensic naval history is still in its early stages for the Guadalcanal wrecks, and some of the most significant findings are still to come. The ocean floor, it turns out, keeps records that the surviving witnesses could not. Chapter 18. The Air War over Iron Bottom Sound. The naval campaign at Guadalcanal cannot be properly understood without the air campaign that ran alongside it, above it, and through it for 6 continuous months. The two were not separate operations that happened to occur in the same geographic area. They were aspects of a single integrated struggle in which the outcome of every air engagement had direct implications for the next night's surface operation, and in which the ability of Henderson Field to operate its aircraft determined whether the Japanese Navy could bring its surface forces south without prohibitive risk. Every time a Cactus Air Force dive bomber sank a Japanese destroyer in the slot, it was also a naval victory, achieved by aircraft rather than ships, but a naval victory in every strategic sense. Every time a Japanese air attack destroyed fuel at Henderson Field, it was also a naval victory, because grounded aircraft meant a safe corridor for the Tokyo Express. The air and naval histories of Guadalcanal are written separately by convention, but they were fought as a single campaign. Henderson Field's air strength fluctuated dramatically across the campaign, driven by combat losses, aircraft reliability, fuel supply, and the periodic devastation of Japanese air attacks and naval bombardments. At its peak, in the later months of the campaign, the Cactus Air Force operated roughly 150 aircraft from Henderson Field and its satellite strips, including fighters, dive bombers, torpedo bombers, and eventually Army Air Force heavy and medium bombers operating from improved facilities. At its nadir, the days immediately following the battleship bombardment of the 13th to 14th of October, it was operating with fewer than 30 flyable aircraft and critically short fuel. The difference between those two states was the logistical effort of the supply runs, the repair work of the ground crews, and the progressive improvement in the regularity of American resupply that the naval campaign gradually enabled by securing the sea lanes to Guadalcanal. The air group and the naval campaign were in a feedback loop. Better naval security meant better supply, which meant more aircraft flying, which meant more pressure on Japanese shipping, which meant greater naval security. The Japanese air campaign against Guadalcanal was conducted primarily from Rabaul, approximately 960 kilometers to the northwest, and from staging fields in the central and northern Solomons that were developed progressively during the campaign. The distance from Rabaul to Guadalcanal was, for the aircraft of the period, at or near the limit of practical operational range for a strike mission that included time over target and allowed any margin for combat. Mitsubishi Zero fighters escorting G4M bombers were at the edge of their fuel load by the time they reached Guadalcanal, which meant their ability to engage in sustained dogfighting over the target was constrained by their return fuel requirement. American pilots at Guadalcanal, specifically the tactics developed by the Marine and Navy fighter commanders, learned to exploit this constraint by climbing to altitude before the Japanese formations arrived, and using diving attacks that minimized the time spent in sustained horizontal maneuvering, where a Zero with reserve fuel had a clear advantage over a defending Wildcat. The tactical adaptation was born of necessity, but was operationally astute. The Grumman F-4F Wildcat, the primary American fighter at Guadalcanal through most of the campaign, was by most objective performance metrics an inferior aircraft to the Mitsubishi A6M-0 in a one-on-one comparison. The Zero was lighter, more maneuverable, faster in a climb, and had longer range. The Wildcat was heavier, less maneuverable, and slower to climb. But it was more structurally robust. It had self-sealing fuel tanks that the Zero lacked, and its pilot was protected by armor plate that the Zero's design philosophy had sacrificed in the interest of weight reduction and maneuverability. In a sustained turning dogfight at the same altitude with the same energy state, the Zero consistently won. In a diving attack from above, followed by a pullout and a climbing escape before the Zero could respond, the Wildcat could survive and accumulate kills. The tactics that American fighter pilots at Guadalcanal developed, the thack weave, the high-altitude interception, the disciplined avoidance of the sustained turning engagement, were not just clever adaptations. They were the tactical foundation of the subsequent American carrier air campaign across the Pacific, codified and taught to the replacement pilots who filled the gaps as the campaign ground on. The Japanese air campaign's deepest problem was not the skill of its pilots or the quality of its aircraft at the start of the campaign. Both were high. The problem was the rate at which experienced pilots were being lost, and the rate at which equivalent replacements were being produced. Japanese naval aviators were trained through a selection and training program that was, in the pre-war period, demanding enough to be genuinely excellent, but that could not be rapidly scaled in response to wartime attrition without degrading the output quality. The decision made in Japan in the first year of the war to maintain high training standards rather than accelerate pilot production, was professionally defensible but strategically costly. It meant that the replacement pilots arriving at the forward bases were fewer in number and, in some cases, less quickly available than the operational rate of loss demanded. By the second half of 1942, the best Japanese naval aviators were dying faster than equivalent replacements were being produced, and every month of sustained air combat over Guadalcanal accelerated that process. The Coast Watcher's contribution to the air campaign deserves specific treatment in this chapter, because its operational mechanism was, at its core, an air defense system built out of men hiding in jungle with radio sets. The chain of Coast Watcher stations through the Solomon Islands provided, typically, between 20 and 45 minutes of warning before Japanese air formations reached Guadalcanal. Enough time for the Cactus Air Force fighters to scramble from Henderson Field, climb to an effective intercept altitude, and be positioned above and ahead of the approaching formation when it arrived. The difference between meeting a Japanese airstrike from below at a disadvantageous energy state and meeting it from above with altitude and speed advantage was the difference between an effective interception and a costly one. The Coast Watchers did not fly aircraft or fire weapons. They sat in the jungle, reported what they saw, and kept the radio working. The operational value of what they produced, calculated across 6 months of daily air warnings, was enormous, and is still not fully reflected in the popular history of the campaign. The night air operations over Guadalcanal were a smaller and less well-documented aspect of the campaign than the daylight strikes, but they were not insignificant. Japanese float planes operating from tenders and from the island seaplane base at Rakata Bay conducted nocturnal harassment raids against Henderson Field throughout the campaign. Nuisance attacks that rarely caused significant physical damage, but that kept men awake, degraded rest, and contributed to the cumulative fatigue of the garrison. American crews on the ground called the Japanese float plane that made these visits Louis the Louse or Washing Machine Charlie, informal names that acknowledged the raid's psychological effect more honestly than any official document. Night fighter operations were in their infancy on both sides during the Guadalcanal campaign, and the radar-equipped night interceptors that would become standard in later years of the war were not yet available in the South Pacific in the numbers required to systematically deal with the nocturnal harassment problem. The Japanese air assaults of mid-October, which preceded and accompanied the battleship bombardment, and the ground assault on Henderson Field, represented the campaign's most concentrated effort to destroy the Cactus Air Force by air attack. The strikes were coordinated with unusual care, multiple formations arriving in sequence, at altitudes, and on approaches designed to complicate the defending fighters' interception geometry. The American fighter pilots of the Cactus Air Force during this period were operating in a state of physical exhaustion that is difficult to fully convey through the statistical record. They had been flying multiple sorties daily for weeks, had been sleeping badly due to Japanese nocturnal bombardment, and were themselves suffering from the early stages of the tropical diseases that were cutting through the garrison. The quality of flying they produced during those October days, intercepting formations of 20, 30, 40 Japanese aircraft, with whatever number of Wildcats were flyable on any given morning, reflects a professional resilience that the operational record documents but does not fully explain. The Army's arrival at Guadalcanal in late 1942 brought additional air assets in the form of Bell P-400 Airacobra fighters and eventually other Army types that supplemented the Marine and Navy aircraft of the Cactus Air Force. The P-400, the export version of the P-39 that had been redirected to Guadalcanal from an earlier British contract, was not well suited to the high-altitude interception mission that constituted the primary air defense requirement. Its engine performance fell off sharply above moderate altitudes. Its oxygen system was designed for a different service's operational requirements, and its combat record in air-to-air engagements against the Zero was not impressive. What it could do, and what Guadalcanal put it to work doing, was ground attack, strafing Japanese positions and supply routes on the island, and eventually attacking Japanese shipping in the slot at low altitude. The pilots who flew the P-400 at Guadalcanal, in a role for which it was not designed, in conditions for which no aircraft of that era was comfortably designed, did their job with a thoroughness that transcended the limitations of their equipment. The final observation about the air war over Guadalcanal is one that connects the operational history to the longer arc of the Pacific War. By February of 1943, when the Japanese evacuation ended the campaign, Henderson Field had become not just an operational airbase, but a model for the air power-centered operational concept that would organize the subsequent Allied advance up the Solomons and eventually across the Central Pacific. The concept was simple in its logic and demanding in its execution. Seize an island with a suitable airfield site or an existing airfield, develop the air facilities as rapidly as possible, use the resulting air umbrella to cover the next amphibious operation, and repeat. The distance between each step was determined by aircraft range. The confidence to execute each step was built on the experience of the previous one. Guadalcanal was where the American military learned, by doing it under fire for 6 months, that this was how the Pacific War would be won, one airfield at a time, moving northwest toward Japan. Chapter 19, The Intelligence War, Seeing and Being Seen. Every naval battle in the Guadalcanal campaign was at one level a battle about information. Which side knew more about the other's position, strength, and intentions at the critical moment of decision? That question determined the tactical outcome of each engagement, as surely as any gunnery exchange or torpedo spread. The intelligence war of the Guadalcanal campaign was fought through multiple systems simultaneously. The Coast Watcher Network, aerial reconnaissance, signals intelligence derived from intercepted Japanese communications, submarine patrols, and the oldest form of intelligence in naval history, the visual observation of men on bridge wings and at lookout posts. Each of these systems had strengths and vulnerabilities, and the interplay between them shaped what each side knew and when they knew it, in ways that the operational summaries of individual battles only partially capture. Signals intelligence, the interception and exploitation of enemy communications, was perhaps the most consequential intelligence source for the Allied command throughout the Guadalcanal campaign. And it was also the source that the historical record has treated most carefully for the longest time because of the classification concerns that surrounded the methods involved. American codebreakers had achieved significant penetration of Japanese naval communications in the months before Guadalcanal. The warning before Midway had been the most dramatic result, and the intelligence derived from that penetration continued to provide strategic warning throughout the Solomons campaign. The detection of the Japanese reinforcement effort in early November of 1942, the intelligence that warned Halsey's command of the approaching battleship bombardment force and the transport convoy, drew on signals intelligence sources as well as aerial reconnaissance. The specific weight of each source in the warning picture is a matter of historical analysis that depends on which records one examines. But the general conclusion that signals intelligence provided early and useful warning of Japanese intentions in the critical mid-November period is well supported. The Coast Watcher Network's intelligence contribution operated at the operational and tactical rather than the strategic level, But its value within that domain was, as noted throughout this documentary, very high. The specific mechanism by which a coast watcher observation translated into a tactical advantage for the defending forces deserves a more complete description than it typically receives. A coast watcher on Bougainville, or in the northern Solomons, observing a formation of Japanese aircraft heading south, would make a radio report that traveled through a communications relay system to reach the Allied command at Guadalcanal and at Noumea. The accuracy of the report, aircraft type, number, altitude, course, determined how useful it was to the fighter controllers at Henderson Field, who were allocating the available Wildcats to meet the threat. Over the course of the campaign, the process of generating, transmitting, interpreting, and acting on Coast Watcher reports was refined through practice into a system that was, by the later months of the campaign, delivering actionable warning at reliability levels that the participating officers described as remarkable given the circumstances of its operation. The circumstances of its operation included the fact that the men generating the reports were living in improvised jungle positions on Japanese-occupied islands. The aerial reconnaissance dimension of the intelligence picture was both essential and problematic throughout the campaign. The distances involved in the South Pacific, the 960 kilometers between Rabaul and Guadalcanal, the 560 kilometers between the slot staging bases and the island, meant that reconnaissance aircraft had to operate at extreme range to provide coverage of the areas where Japanese forces assembled before moving south. The consolidated PBY Catalina flying boats that conducted much of the Allied reconnaissance in the early months of the campaign were capable but slow, with transit times to and from the target area that compressed the window available for observation. The accuracy of the visual observations made by Catalina crews, the critical question of whether a formation of ships was identified as what it actually was, varied with crew experience, weather, visibility, and altitude. The misidentification of Mikua's cruisers as seaplane tenders in the hours before Savo Island is the most costly single example of aerial reconnaissance failure in the campaign. But it was not the only one, and understanding it as a product of system constraints rather than individual incompetence produces more useful conclusions about intelligence improvement than a narrative of personal blame. Japanese intelligence during the Guadalcanal campaign was, in certain domains, impressive and in others, notably deficient. Japanese submarine patrols around Guadalcanal and the broader Solomons area provided a stream of shipping observation reports that informed planning for the Tokyo Express runs and for the major surface force operations. Japanese aerial reconnaissance from Rabaul and from the central Solomons staging bases provided adequate coverage of the Guadalcanal anchorage during the daylight hours, allowing the Japanese command to track American force dispositions with reasonable accuracy on most days when weather permitted. Where the Japanese intelligence system was most consistently deficient was in its ability to detect and respond to the American signals intelligence program. The Japanese Naval Command does not appear to have appreciated the extent to which its communications were being read, and the operational security measures that would have been appropriate given that vulnerability were not consistently applied. The consequences of this deficiency are visible in multiple engagements. The November convoy interception, in which Henderson Field aircraft destroyed 6 of 11 transports, whose route and timing had been anticipated in the Allied intelligence picture, is the most stark example. The submarine dimension of the intelligence picture operated at multiple levels simultaneously. American submarines on patrol in the waters north of the Solomons observed and reported Japanese force movements, contributing to the intelligence picture that guided Allied planning. Japanese submarines operating around Guadalcanal performed a comparable function for the Japanese command, and also attacked Allied shipping, with results that ranged from significant. USS Saratoga was torpedoed and put out of action for months in the campaign's early weeks, to devastating. The sinking of USS Juno on the morning of the 13th of November by the Japanese submarine I-26 was one of the most costly single torpedo hits of the campaign, and it occurred in an area where the submarine threat should have been expected, given the previous night's surface engagement. The failure to post adequate anti-submarine screening around the damaged and withdrawing American ships on the morning of the 13th reflected a prioritization of escape from the battle area over protection from a threat that was known to be present. The intelligence picture of the Japanese evacuation in late January and early February of 1943 represents the campaign's most significant intelligence failure from the American perspective, not in terms of information that was absent, but in terms of interpretation that was incorrect. The signs of reduced Japanese garrison strength, fewer supply runs, lighter loads on the express runs, changes in radio traffic patterns, were present in the intelligence picture, but were not read as indicators of withdrawal preparation. The accumulated experience of 6 months of watching Japan reinforce Guadalcanal had created an interpretive bias toward reading increased naval activity as reinforcement rather than extraction. This kind of cognitive lock, the tendency to interpret new information through the framework established by past experience, is documented in the intelligence literature as a persistent source of analytical error, and Guadalcanal provides one of its cleaner Pacific War examples. The Americans were not negligent in their intelligence work. They were, at a critical moment, prisoners of what they had learned. The Coast Watcher Network's human intelligence contribution had a dimension that goes beyond the radio reports and the aircraft warnings, and it is worth naming explicitly in any chapter concerned with what people knew and how they knew it. The Solomon Islander communities that supported the Coast Watchers were themselves generators of intelligence. They knew which beaches the Japanese were using, where supply caches were located, which trails the Japanese patrols were following, which parts of the island had seen recent military activity. This local knowledge was, in several documented cases, more accurate and more current than anything the formal intelligence systems could provide. The ability of the Coast Watchers to access this knowledge depended entirely on the relationships they had with the communities around them. Relationships that were built, in some cases, on decades of pre-war presence in the islands, and that reflected the quality of those pre-war relationships in ways both positive and complicated. Where the relationships were good, the intelligence was good. Where colonial history had left different traces, the dynamic was correspondingly different. The radio traffic analysis program, the systematic study of Japanese radio transmission patterns, call signs, frequencies, and volumes to draw inferences about force composition and movement, without necessarily reading the content of encrypted messages, provided a stream of intelligence product throughout the campaign that supplemented and sometimes substituted for decrypted message content. Traffic analysis could tell Allied analysts that a particular Japanese naval formation had been in radio contact with Rabaul at a specific time, that the volume of traffic associated with a given call sign had increased in ways consistent with operational preparation, and that certain transmission patterns preceded certain types of operations. The destroyer runs, the airstrikes, the surface force sorties. The reliability of these inferences varied, and the temptation to overread patterns was a persistent analytical risk that experienced signals officers managed with varying degrees of success. But as a supplement to the Coast Watcher visual reports and the aerial reconnaissance photography, traffic analysis made the Allied intelligence picture considerably more complete. than it would have been without it. The final intelligence observation for the Guadalcanal campaign is one about asymmetry and its consequences. The Allied side in the South Pacific in 1942 had, by the specific circumstances of the war's early period, developed a signals intelligence capability that was providing high-quality strategic warning of Japanese intentions and movements. The Japanese side had not developed an equivalent capability against Allied communications. Their intelligence about Allied force composition and movement was derived primarily from submarine observation, aerial reconnaissance, and the physical evidence of what their forces encountered when they got to Guadalcanal. This asymmetry in intelligence capability was not the primary reason the Allies won at Guadalcanal. The industrial imbalance, the tactical learning, the Henderson Field Air Umbrella, the specific tactical decisions of the November naval battles were all more immediately causative. But the intelligence asymmetry was a consistent force multiplier for the Allied side, and its contribution to the outcome is real enough that a complete account of the campaign cannot responsibly omit it. Chapter 20. Iron Bottom, Sound Today. What the water remembers the Solomon Islands in the present day are a nation of roughly 700,000 people, a number that is itself a kind of measure of scale, since more people live in a medium-sized American city than in the entire archipelago where some of the most consequential naval combat of the 20th century was fought. Honiara, the capital, occupies the northern coastal plain of Guadalcanal, not far from the site of Henderson Field, now Honiara International Airport, where the sound of aircraft overhead carries no military weight, but where the land beneath the tarmac has absorbed more history than most places on Earth. The city has grown around and through the physical remnants of the campaign in ways that reflect the practical priorities of a developing island nation. Wartime wreckage has been cleared, recycled, built over, or simply absorbed into the landscape. The jungle, which is patient, has reclaimed much of what the war left on the surface. What the jungle could not reach is still at the bottom of the sound. The diving community that works the Guadalcanal wrecks represents a specific intersection of historical memory and contemporary recreation that has been developing since the first recreational divers began visiting the Solomons in the 1970s. The wrecks are, by the standards of the wreck diving world, extraordinary. Large, numerous, well-preserved in their deeper portions, historically documented to a degree that allows divers to know what they are looking at and why it went down. The USS Ustaga, the Aaron Ward, the Japanese destroyer wrecks north of Savo Island, the remains of the aircraft scattered across the seabed in the shallower waters of the Sound. Each one is a discrete historical object that can be studied in a way that no document or photograph can replicate. The physical reality of a rusted torpedo tube, still trained in the direction of its last firing solution, makes the tactical history of the engagements concrete in a way that even the most precise operational narrative cannot. The designation of the Guadalcanal wrecks as war graves, a status recognized by the governments of the United States, Japan, Australia, and the Solomon Islands, reflects a post-war evolution in the legal and ethical framework around sunken warships that took decades to consolidate. The treatment of sunken warships under international law is a complex subject, but the practical effect of the war grave designation for the Guadalcanal wrecks has been to discourage, though not entirely prevent, the salvage operations that stripped or damaged many Pacific War wrecks in other locations during the decades of the post-war metal salvage industry. The enforceability of war grave protections in the remote Solomon Islands has been imperfect, and there are documented cases of unauthorized disturbance of Guadalcanal wrecks, but the formal designation has preserved the integrity of the major wrecks better than would otherwise have been the case, and the wreck sites retain enough of their original character to support both historical research and the respectful engagement of the divers and researchers who work in those waters. The relationship between the Solomon Islands as a nation and the Guadalcanal campaign as a historical legacy is layered in ways that outside observers do not always appreciate. For the Solomon Islander communities that lived through the campaign, and for their descendants who grow up on an island whose soil still occasionally yields the metal evidence of that war, the campaign is not an abstraction of strategic history. It is part of the specific, physical, personal history of their place. The experience of Pacific Island communities in the Second World War. The displacement, the conscription into labor forces for both sides. The destruction of agricultural land. The introduction of diseases. The cultural disruption of military occupation and military liberation is a historical experience that has its own literature, its own scholarship, and its own place in the way the Solomon Islands understands itself. That literature and that scholarship deserve engagement from anyone who approaches the Guadalcanal campaign with serious historical intent, not as a footnote to the naval operational history, but as a parallel account of the same events, experienced from a radically different position. The Japanese community of memory around Guadalcanal, the veterans organizations, the memorial expeditions, the official and private commemorations, has been active since the earliest post-war decades, and the Japanese government has conducted multiple bone recovery expeditions to the island in the years since the war ended, attempting to locate and repatriate the remains of soldiers and sailors who died during the campaign. The numbers involved are large enough that the effort, however sustained, has been incomplete. Of the tens of thousands of Japanese military personnel who died on or around Guadalcanal, a significant proportion remain unrecovered. The memorial at Guadalcanal, maintained by Japanese veterans and bereaved families organizations, stands near the western end of the island, in an area that saw some of the campaign's most desperate ground fighting. It is visited regularly, and the visiting delegations, which have included Japanese government officials, representatives of the self-defense forces, and family members of the dead, conduct ceremonies that reflect the specific character of Japanese memorial culture: quiet, formal, attentive to the obligations of the living toward the dead, in ways that do not require political statement. The American memorial tradition around Guadalcanal has been expressed through multiple channels over the decades. The dedication of the memorial at Henderson Field, the naming of ships in honor of Guadalcanal battles and commanders, the ships' reunions and veterans organizations that kept the personal memory of the campaign alive for decades after the war ended. The last of those veterans, men who had stood watch on destroyers in Iron Bottom Sound or crewed damaged control parties on cruisers in the dark, are gone now, their individual memories having passed the threshold at which living witness transitions into historical record. What the oral history projects captured before they were gone represents a primary source archive of extraordinary value, and the institutions that hold those recordings, the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, the Naval Institute in Annapolis, the various service historical centers, are performing an archival function that is as important, in its own way, as the operational history it preserves. The physical landscape of Guadalcanal above water has changed in the decades since the campaign ended, but not uniformly or completely. The jungle is regenerative in the specific way of tropical jungle. It covers, absorbs, and eventually incorporates what is left in it. Walking in the interior of Guadalcanal today, in the areas where the ground fighting was fiercest, a visitor with historical awareness can still find the physical evidence of the campaign, positions that were once fighting holes, the corroded remnants of equipment that was abandoned in the jungle at the campaign's end. the occasional larger object. A piece of artillery, a vehicle chassis, too heavy to have been moved and too far from any road to have been systematically salvaged. The terrain that the soldiers and marines fought over, the ridges, the rivers, the coastal plain, the jungle-covered high ground, is still recognizably the same terrain, and the physical difficulty of moving through it, even in peacetime with no one shooting, communicates something about the ground campaign's demands that flat maps cannot. The scholarship on Guadalcanal continues to develop in the 21st century in directions that earlier generations of historians could not fully pursue. The opening of Japanese archival collections, both official and private, has allowed researchers to construct more complete pictures of Japanese command decision-making at critical moments of the campaign. The development of underwater archaeological methods and technology has produced new primary source material from the wrecks themselves. The emergence of Pacific Island historical scholarship has begun to reshape the way the campaign is framed, moving away from a purely external narrative told by the combatant nations toward an account that includes the perspective of the people whose home became a battlefield. Each of these developments has qualified, supplemented, or revised aspects of the account that was settled in the post-war official histories, and the resulting historiography is more complete and more honest than what was available to the first generation of researchers. The question of what Guadalcanal means, beyond its specific operational and strategic significance, beyond the ships on the bottom and the men who went down with them, is a question that different people answer differently, depending on what they bring to it. For naval historians, it is a case study in tactical and doctrinal adaptation under combat pressure, in the relationship between technology and doctrine, in the costs of institutional learning paid in human lives. For strategic historians, it is a study in the relationship between tactical outcomes and strategic trajectories, in how industrial capacity ultimately determines the outcome of sustained attrition campaigns, in the limits of military skill when applied against an opponent with irreversible structural advantages. For the people of the Solomon Islands, it is part of a living history that shapes the physical landscape of their home and the cultural memory of their communities in ways that no amount of strategic analysis captures. All of these meanings are real. None of them is complete without the others. The ships are still there. The coral has been growing over them for more than 80 years now, covering the metal and the wood and the paint in a way that is neither memorial nor forgetting, but simply the continuation of the ocean's own processes. The Quincy is there, the Astoria is there, the Vincennes is there, Mascamba is there, resting on the floor of the Sound where she was scuttled on the morning of the 9th of August, 1942, by sailors who had watched her burn through the night. The Japanese ships are there too, the Fubuki, the Udachi, the others whose names appear in the engagement records and whose positions on the seabed have been mapped with increasing precision as survey technology has improved. They are all in the same water, regardless of the flag they flew. The ocean, which is not a historian, does not sort them by nationality or outcome. It simply holds them in the dark, at whatever depth their last hours brought them to, and it has been doing so, quietly and without ceremony, since the last battle in those waters ended, and the surface returned to the state that the surface of all water eventually returns to, still, dark, and indifferent to the meaning that the living need to assign to what it holds. Thank you for spending this time with the complete naval history of the Battle of Guadalcanal. This documentary was built from the records, the ships, the decisions, and the men. And it was made for people who believe those things deserve more than a summary. If it reached you, share it with someone who should hear it. Subscribe for more long-form military and naval history. And until next time, good night.